All right. Um, I'm not sure if you guys have been there the whole time. I don't know if I was supposed to hit start stream on the actual YouTube thing. So let me know if you're just now joining in or or if you've been here the whole time. If you haven't seen what I've done up until now, that's okay. I've been recording it on my side as well, so I can upload it later. But we're here at Kosif. We have a lot of cold resist, so we're not very threatened by him. He has an ability. Let's see if he'll use it on me. There it is. This frozen webbing, frosty web. So if you stay in the frosty web, then you get frozen, as you might imagine. So just stay out of the frozen web if you don't have massive cold resistance like I do. So we'll just attack Kosif. It's not we're not in really any danger. Like he hit us once and we took 1 damage from his cold attack. So yeah, not very threatening. So we'll just continue to attack, tanking the damage. We are taking a little bit of damage, but he's just not enough for us to really worry about anything yet. And Kosif is almost dead. We could speed this up by using corrosive gas, but this is an easy enough fight where we didn't really need that. Alright, and we can take the key and continue on after healing up. Alright, so next on our list is an invisible enemy. So if you see up here, some convalescence just appeared with nothing to cause it to have to be there. So this was this is the final troll, and we'll see if we can beat him out to actually get a look at him. So if you don't have a form of night vision, then you are you can't see Hagaba, but it looks like for whatever reason. Oh, let me take off my floating glow sphere. That should do it. There he is. So if you if there is no light source and you have a form of night vision, then you can see Hagaba. So Hagaba is the last troll and is invisible otherwise. So that's why he appeared as soon as I took off my floating glow sphere. So us with the night vision mutation, we are able to see them. But if he didn't have the night vision mutation, then also the clairvoyance mutation will work at revealing him. The heightened hearing will let you see where he is. And the night vision cybernetic or the night vision goggles, those will also work in revealing where Hagaba is. You don't actually need to see Hagaba in order to fight him. You can press Control and a direction, and if there is something there, then you'll attack it. If there's nothing there, then it won't even take up your turn. So you can do this to try and like scan for where Hagaba is if you think he's nearby. But if you come prepared, then you'll be able to see Hagaba. So Hagaba has a Dumbril hands, and these weapons are going to ignore your armor value. So the best defense against Hagaba is a high dodge value. So we'll go ahead and attack and start our corrosive gas and try and keep Hagaba stunned. So Hagaba is a pretty dangerous troll, especially compared to the others. He's one of the most deadly. especially because he is pretty difficult to see. So you wanna go all out on Hagabuff. We have a build that is well suited to killing him, so wasn't too difficult for us. But those are all of the mini bosses. So we've cleared out the trolls, and we are ready to continue on. All right. So this creature up here is an urchin. It doesn't move, and it just sprays out gas. And it looks like there was something that used confuse. So we'll just wait for it to appear. It looks like there's a chromeling. I'm not sure where exactly it came from because it didn't look like the doors opened. So if I go up and to the left, there was the stairs. Or no. Am I one down from the stairs? Yeah, I got lost. So I ended up asleep. I'm going to go ahead and go up the stairs and just let that cragbench come to me. But it actually looks like it started fighting the mysterious gunslinger that was down there. So coming down, it looks like there's now a eyeless king crab and a cragbench. I'm going to try and bait at least one or the other to come up to me. And it looks like we got blocked in by a boulder. So one of the good things about the pickaxe is that it will break through that pretty easily. If you get blocked in like that, just hold control and plus, and we can start digging through that boulder with our pickaxe. Alright, and then we'll just swap off of that and equip our hammer and go down again. So it looks like we have the eyeless king crab here. These guys are pretty dangerous. They have a lot of strength. So I'm going to go ahead and pop my corrosive gas to start doing more damage because I do have high armor. And we're going to try and keep it stunned. Alright, and it looks like we got it killed. I will pick up the loot that was dropped on the floor, and we'll heal up and continue on our way. So it looks like there was a file of cloning dropped. The cloneling, it can rarely drop the cloning draught, which is a really expensive liquid. So I'm not going to be using cloning draught for what people usually use it for, which is like duplicate merchants and stuff. Because I don't think that's a super fun way of. It's a little too cheesy for my tastes. But that is a very common thing to do, is to use cloning draught to clone merchants, and then you have a whole bunch of merchants to buy things from, and you can get really powerful really quick that way. Alright, so we'll clear out more of the chaff around here. These plastronoids are really weak, so we don't really have to worry about them doing any damage to us. They'll do like a little bit of electric damage, but that's it. Alright, and I think, oh yeah, we leveled up. So we'll go ahead and another rank of double muscled gives us more strength. But we can't actually benefit from this yet. So I'm going to put it into corrosive gas. We don't have a weapon that would benefit from having higher strength quite yet. So it's a bit of a waste to put it in there. But we can start looking at more skills to buy. Disarming shot is one that I definitely want, but we don't have the agility for it. But we should be getting a attribute increase pretty soon at level 21, if I remember right. So I'll go ahead and pick up Calloused instead. So Calloused increases our armor value by 1, so we just got a little bit more tanky. And we'll continue wandering around. Bethesda Susa is a great place to level up. Because the enemies here all give quite a bit of experience. I'm going to go ahead and tighten my Carapace to just tank all 3 of these guys while the corrosive gas does its work. And we'll heal up. These empty injectors are worthless. They don't really do anything for you. So go ahead and just disassemble them. And we'll destroy this Cragmench. And there is another eyeless king crab, so I'm going to back up a bit and see if it will follow me into the corrosive gas. It doesn't look like it's wanting to do, which is okay. We'll wait for him to come to me, and then we'll hit him. Do we have Conch bound? Put bound to Shift D2. I'm going to rebind that to 1. As I'll use Conch a lot more than I'll use Berate. I'll bind Berate to Shift D2 instead. So we'll Conch him to Daze, and hopefully get a stun on the second one. And yes, we did. And now he's down. Alright, so we'll take our loot from this area. The full right armlet is a helmet, but I don't really want the extra AV that it gives, so I'm going to ignore that. Flexiweave chainmail just means that the DV penalty is reduced. That's what Flexiweave means. But I don't really care about the chainmail as I can't wear it. We'll pick up the rubber gum, and we'll go ahead and fight the Cragmench and take it out. So we come across our first Beetle in Bethesda Susa. So we saw Beetles way earlier in the run, but this is around the time that you usually start seeing a good amount of them. There tends to be quite a few sparking Beetles in Bethesda Susa. So it wants 4 troll corpses, and it will give me a splendid vestment, which is a piece of armor. So I'm interested in what that is, and we just so happen to have a couple of troll corpses to give it. So go ahead and run back upstairs. And, ooh, these are 500 pounds each. So this is going to take some doing to get it over to the Beetle. Now we can throw them. So I'm just going to be throwing them along. This will take a little bit of micromanaging to get it over to the Beetle. I'm glad it was on this floor and not a later floor. Otherwise, that would have been a pretty big pain to get it over. And I'm also glad it was only 4 that it wanted, as it can easily get up to 6 that it'll ask for. Hopefully this won't take too long. Otherwise, I might come back and just do this off screen. So we're gonna need to get this basically right on the stairs. Okay, it looks like we were able to get both troll corpses on the stairs there. And we'll need to move these as well onto the stairs. I bet this would look pretty comical if you were to watch someone do this. Just tossing around 500-pound troll corpses. Be a pretty frightening sight. Won't let me move down. That could be a problem. Maybe we won't be able to do that. In which case, that's an unfortunate waste of time. I don't think I have... Do I have enough carrying capacity even with... Yeah, even with the backpack... Oh, I equipped the wrong thing. Yeah, only 486, so my full carrying capacity is not even enough. Which is unfortunate. So it looks like I won't be able to do that. Unless I can think of something else. Which I don't think I will be able to. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to. So we'll have to ignore that one for right now, which is unfortunate. But it will probably give me something that was worth a good little bit of money. But just too heavy for me right now to actually reasonably do that. So we'll continue to explore this floor and level up. There's not a whole lot that I'm afraid of here in Bethesda Susa, but I'll start to explain some of the dangers that are in it once we find them. Once you're past the trolls, it's usually a good bit easier the whole rest of the dungeon. We don't need this combat shotgun. A high capacity cell is just a cell that has more, I guess, charge potential. And I don't want this steel sword, so we'll drop that. Alright. So we come upon a new zone, and in it, a new danger. That's not any danger to us, but it might be a danger to you. So that's the Psychic Lamprey. So the Psychic Lamprey, or the Twinning Lamprey, is a fish that deals psychic damage, so it attacks your mental armor, and it twins. So this means that it will duplicate itself whenever it can, which makes it really hard to kill. So I will be killing one just to show you how to do it, if it doesn't get killed by everything else that is here, which is a lot. So I'll go ahead and pop corrosive gas. And we'll try and take out these enemies as slowly as there's quite a bit here. So we'll try and kill these clonelings, because I'd rather not have them clone the Lamprey, because that will make them extremely hard to kill if they get cloned. We'll go ahead and kill the king crab while we're in the safety of our gas cloud. And it looks like they took out the chain gun turret for me. Alright. So somehow we became neutral to the twinning lamprey again. So I'm going to go ahead and attack it so it becomes hostile to us, and then show you guys how you want to kill them. That one got put to sleep, so let me wake it up. We'll drag it away from where it can be asleep. Alright. So you want to pull them together and kill them at the same time. So sometimes you'll have to kill them a couple times for you to be able to get them together. But this is a perfect time for you to be able to kill them. So if you have a multi-shot weapon, like these chain pistols or the Masterwork Scope Carbine, if you get them lined up like this, you can oftentimes kill them both in a single shot. But you'll want to get them wounded. Want to get them both wounded before you do that. So one's injured, one's badly wounded. So if I line them up again, wasn't able to kill them both. Sometimes it takes a little bit of working with it. Okay, that one's fine. This one should be injured, wounded and injured. Line them up again. And there we go. So we're able to kill both at the same time. So that's generally how you would kill twinning lamprey. You can also throw normality gas on them, and it will disable their duplicating ability. However, that's pretty unreliable unless you are able to coat like the whole area in normality gas. So I prefer to use that method instead, as it tends to be a little bit easier to do. But the easiest way is to just be neutral with fish, and they'll just leave you alone. Alright. Now, you do want to be careful around these strange furniture. So these strange furniture are regeneration tanks, and they will heal you if you get your limbs dismembered. So they're a much more plentiful source of regeneration than like an Uber Nostrum injector. Uber Nostrum injectors are actually very hard to find. So you want to make sure that you don't destroy the regeneration tanks. So let's take a look at this one. So he wants 4 neck rings and also a splint. Will give a splint investment. I don't know that I have many neck rings. Yeah, so we just have 1. So we're a long ways off from getting that, but if I ever find the neck rings, I'll have to remember that I can turn them in for some armor. Alright. So there's a lot of creatures around here, so I'm going to go ahead and pop the corrosive gas and just start spraying with my pistols. This guy just shoots, the booster bot is just going to shoot injectors at me, so I don't really care about him. He's not very threatening. And we'll just kill everything else. Alright, that went pretty well. And we come across a humor. So a humor is a type of ooze, and it deals elemental damage. Well, it deals a little bit of bludgeoning damage, but other than that, pure elemental damage. That's where most of its damage comes from. So they have pretty high armor, and they do lots of damage with their element. But luckily, they are not too bright, so he just walked right into our corrosive gas and killed itself. So corrosive gas does very well against the humors. So we're going to be leveraging that. Alright, so this right here is a Rhine Wick. This is the primary reason why you want to have some form of like scaled gear. You want to have good reputation with unshelled reptiles or extremely high cold resistance. So these are unshelled reptiles that have a frost breath that does tons of cold damage and makes you very, very cold. It will easily freeze you. And their melee attack does a whole bunch of cold damage. So these guys are extremely dangerous. One of the by far the most dangerous regular enemy that you'll find in Bethesda Susa. By a long shot, that's these guys. If you get them on your side, like we have right now, you can watch them just tear apart the entire floor by themselves. They are that strong. So, if you see one, you'll want to make sure that you have your scaled gear on, and you want to make sure that you don't hit it. And it looks like there are multiple, unless I saw that wrong. Yeah, there are multiple. Now, I'm trying to be careful to not shoot the Rhine Wick. But I want this cloneling destroyed. I'm gonna lead everything back here. We'll start shooting this Isla's king crab. Alright, and we'll check back to see how everyone did back here. It looks like the basilisk got included into the fight somewhere. These are also unshelled reptiles, but they won't attack you until you get near them. So you don't really have to worry too much about them. Not nearly as much as you have to worry about the Rhine Wick. But it looks like the Rhine Wick got totally eviscerated by these lurking Beth. So I don't know where they went. They might have just died. But we also have on this floor a snail mother. So snail mothers are going to constantly drop eggs behind them, which turn into these ick slugs. And these ick slugs do quite a lot of damage. They poison you, and their bite ignores armor. So they can be really dangerous, and they move really, really quickly. Now, this snail mother has lots of AV. It's one of the highest AV enemies in this area. And it has a pretty good amount of health, too. So we're definitely going to want to use our corrosive gas on it to take it out quicker. But we'll keep it stunned and that was enough to take it out. And I'm going to go ahead and sprint over to this turret so it's not just shooting me for free. And looks like we found some fidget cells, which are cells that will recharge when they're equipped on your body. They're really low capacity, so they're not that great, but they will sell for a good little bit, so they are definitely welcome to have. And it looks like the Snail Mother caused an absolute mess. We'll talk to this Beetle and see what it wants. 4 painted items from Mighty Weapon. So we can find painted items fairly easily. And they only want 4. So that's not too tough of an ask. We should be able to do that pretty easily. We might even be able to do that while we're still in Bethesda Susa. These spiders are voiders, so if you get next to them, they will teleport you away. But they do give quite a bit of experience, so I like to kill them. But they do have fairly high dodge value. And so we'll continue to explore the rest of this map. Kill the voiders. And yeah, it looked like, definitely looked like those Lurking Beth killed the Rhine Wick. So yeah, those Lurking Beth are no joke. Especially if you stand into like 2 of them, one right after another. Yeah, pretty rough. Alright. So another floor. Go ahead and kill this cloneling. It looks like there are legendary Templar here. And the reason that I know that is because you could see that there's like a red X flashing in the top right of the screen, and then the screen like got distorted. So that's what an infiltrator looks like. And infiltrators are part of legendary Templar groups. So we may have a pretty big fight on our hands. But before we get to that, we have 2 gyrohumors that are coming after us. So gyrohumors are like upgraded versions of humors. They're still oozes, and they still do elemental damage, but the element that they use cycles between all of them. So we'll go ahead and pop our corrosive gas and start shooting it so that it will hopefully get really hurt and die before it gets to us. We're going to back up, and it changed to acid, so it's actually going to be immune to our acid damage. I'm going to continue to sprint away. This is going to anger the basilisk, but that's okay. They'll die to the corrosive gas. And I'm going to sit in this corrosive gas a little bit longer to build it up. And then I'll back up a little bit more from this guy. And that was enough to kill him. We'll start striking this Cragmensch Brainer, keeping an eye on our HP. Making sure we don't get too injured here. And it looks like there was another Molting Basilisk. Or that was probably the one from before, it just went around. So we're going to back up a bit. There's the Templar. So we're going to continue to back up and sit in our corrosive gas until it comes off of cooldown. We're going to need to be careful though, because those Templar tend to have guns on them. So I ideally want to heal up further. It looks like they may be teleported away. Yeah, it looks like they teleported away. We can kill this Cragmensch and should be able to heal up. There's another one. I'm going to save my corrosive gas because I don't know where the Templar are, but it looks like they're teleporting again to the top right. Alright, Full-right battle axe, unfortunately not our weapon. There's the infiltrator. And we see something that I was really hoping we wouldn't see. So this right here is a phylactery Squire. A phylactery Squire is going to spawn a invincible enemy. So an enemy that cannot be killed, cannot be damaged, and does lots of damage to me. So an extremely threatening situation. And these phylactery Squires are kill on sight. Their one weakness is EMP, which I don't have any EMP. But it definitely saw me. So right now, what I'm considering is whether or not I want to charge in and just try and kill it, or if I want to back up to a prior area and just wait it out. I think I will just wait it out and see if I can get any enemies to come in melee with me and be out of position. Alright, looks like we separated the Knight Commander. So we'll go ahead and charge in and strike. He's automatically stunned. We're going to conk him to put him to sleep. And it looks like we actually back swung with our hammer, waking him up immediately, but he's still stunned. Let's go ahead and pop our corrosive gas and try and keep this guy stun locked to kill him. So that went really well. We'll take his credit wedge and we'll take his crystal longsword and we'll start shooting down the cultist. And we'll go back upstairs and refresh our cooldowns. Alright, so now that we have our cooldowns back, I want to try and find the phylactery Squire again. So dash in. It's not popping it. So that tells me either the cell is expired or it already popped it and the Wraith Knight that it spawns is somewhere else. It's a full chem cell, so either it didn't pop it or the Wraith Knight was somewhere else. We'll go ahead and disassemble this. But that was really good for us. We didn't have to deal with that with a knight. So that should be the main threat dealt with. And here we have a nice little character, the Alchemist. So the gimmick of the Alchemist is that they have one of every liquid. There's a lot of money in the liquids that they have. And you can waste a whole bunch of money trying to get all the liquids, or you can just kill them. Now, the gimmick for the Alchemist is that they have an explosive liquid called neutron flux that they will just throw at you and nuke basically the whole area around it. There's no surviving being touched by neutron flux. But it won't attack you if it's injured. It will only attack you if it's become aggressive and hasn't really been injured. So if we do some guaranteed damage with like an explosive, he just won't attack and just let us kill him. And now we get the book, the Corpus Coilus. He always has that one. It's actually rare for him to have such a high tier weapon like the Crystal Dagger, so that's a good find. We'll grab the Cloning Draught, we'll grab Brain Brine, we'll grab 2 drams of the Neutron Flux, we'll grab the Sun Slag, the Warm Static, We'll grab the lava because that sells for a good little bit. And we'll also grab the molten wax. Because molten wax can be used to, if you drink it while you're frozen, it can be used to heat yourself up pretty rapidly. With no risk of like hurting yourself. So asphalt will also do that, but asphalt will also injure you. And this crackmatch does not want to take damage. There it goes. Alright, so we'll continue to explore this area. There's probably a legendary Templar somewhere around here. That Knight Commander was not a legendary. So when there's just like random Templars in the area, I've always seen them with a legendary creature somewhere. But that legendary may have been killed already by something else. And there's another file of cloning draught. That's extremely lucky. We have three drams of cloning draught. And we don't want to fight that in melee, so let's gas it. And there it goes. And it looks like if there was a legendary, it has been killed by something else. So that's good for us. We won't have to deal with it. Although it is unfortunate that that was the case, because they do drop a really nice item. In fact, I'm gonna check these areas just outside the map to see if they just got stuck from, yeah, they did just get stuck. So there they are over here. So what happened there is the infiltrator can teleport them around, but it looks like the infiltrator teleported them somewhere where they got stuck, and then didn't teleport them out. So we'll let them come to us if you guys want to come to us, go ahead. But he just threw a Mark III explosive on me, so I'm going to run away and heal up because that did a lot of damage. How many solve injectors? I got quite a bit, so we'll just go ahead and pop it. And we'll wait for them to come to me. Alright, there's that one down. There were 3 other weird artifacts. So we'll take some time to look at that once I'm sure that it's safe, because there were others around. I'm not sure where they went. It looks like they're not coming. We'll grab the crystal longsword, and here's one of our painted items that we need for the Beetle. Let's just go ahead while we're here and hand it over. Yeah, you're the one that wants painted items, so we'll go ahead and put that down. And while we're in safety, we'll go ahead and investigate these. So this is a flamethrower, very, very powerful weapon that runs on oil. A gun rack, this is an extremely good implant. Fortunately, we are not Trukin, so this doesn't do us a whole lot of good. This is an ontological anchor. And that's it's a normality inflicting item. Acid grenade Mark II is just worse than our corrosive gas, so we'll just get rid of that. So yeah, pretty decent stuff. Let's go ahead and find these knights. That was an EMP grenade. That was a resonance grenade. And we'll just beat him up until he goes down. We'll use Conk to keep him stunned. And there we have it. So we'll go ahead and heal up a bit. That resonance grenade did do quite a bit of damage. And looks like there's another Knight Commander. He has a weird artifact. So that's probably another grenade. So I'm going to let him come to me so he doesn't throw it at me. So we'll keep him stunned and attack. I'd rather not use corrosive gas because I don't know where the other guys are. Did a lot of damage, but he's badly wounded. So I'm going to conk again. And he's getting me stun locked. Let's just go ahead and pop a salve injector just to be safe. And we'll try and take him out. Alright, we're just going to go ahead and pop the corrosive gas. He should die, yeah, to the gas. And we'll run back in case there is another guy with a grenade there. That fight did not go anywhere near as well as I would have hoped. But we ended up winning in the end, and that's all that matters. Alright, so it looks like it's a legendary Templar Squire. Aided by flowers and the villages of Ezra. Both good things for us. We're going to sprint up to it. Try and take it out. And we'll pop corrosive gas. It's got a lot of HP. And there we have it. So being favored by flowers is actually really good for us. There's a couple annoying enemies that are all flowers. And we know the villagers of Ezra already, but we don't really care about their reputation. But it's nice to have anyways. Alright, and from them, we get 2 hover sleds. This is guaranteed. You're guaranteed to always get 2. You get 2 portable walls, which is going to be really nice for a later mission. And we got 2 Eater's Nectar's Injector. So these are going to either give you 1 mutation point or 1 random point in an attribute. If you're a Truekin, this will give you a attribute point. So we're going to go ahead and grab these. Grab these chem cells. We'll grab the EMP grenade. We'll grab the floating glow sphere, and we'll grab this painted weapon, and we'll disassemble the phylactery. And you know what? I think I'm probably going to disassemble this hover sled too. So a hover sled is an item that you can put in your floating nearby slot. And it'll increase your carrying capacity. So, it'll reduce the weight of your items. It counts as like negative weight. If we go to my inventory, this is counting as negative weight. Yeah, negative 75 pounds right now. So it doesn't increase my max, but it makes my current load lighter, which is essentially increasing my max. Alright, but I don't really need that, so I'll probably get rid of it. And we can identify these artifacts. So we get an EMP grenade Mark III. This is really good for us. We'll be able to learn the recipe for this and be able to make our own. I had this data disk this whole time. Yeah. So I've had the freezing mod this whole time. Let's mod our 2-handed carbide hammer to be freezing. Yeah, and then we'll slot in a cell. We'll slot in the high capacity cell. So now our hammer does cold damage in addition to its normal damage. So it just made it stronger. And we've got mutations to buff. So let's go ahead and put a point in carapace. And put a point in corrosive gas. And we've got 1 attribute point to spend. Something is boosting my agility. What is boosting my agility? I'm not sure what is... oh, these elasting gloves are boosting my agility. I didn't realize they do that. Alright, but we need the permanent agility for disarming shot. We could always just ignore that and get something else. There's not really anything else that I want. So I think I will put that point in agility. Yeah, and get disarming shot. So disarming shot makes your pistol shots have a chance to disarm the enemy. And we'll get weak spotter as well to make our crits better with our pistols. So disarming shot is extremely good in combination with like chain pistols because they shoot so often. Alright, I don't think we figured out what this beta wants. 3 schema soft utility high tier. I will probably not find that. And we just get renown for that, so that's just reputation with a random faction. And it's a truckload of reputation with a random faction. An absolute, it's just way too much reputation. More reputation than you could possibly need. So go ahead and kill these guys. Nothing else should be threatening in here, and it's not guaranteed that you'll get those legendary Templar that I did, and in fact, it's, you know, in some aspects unlucky, and some aspects lucky that I did find those legendary Templar. So that encounter could have very easily killed players there. It was very easy to lose a run to random creatures like that you're not necessarily expecting to come across. And those were very dangerous enemies for sure. So I would not fault any of you if you ended up dying to that, because that's tough. Bethesda Susas also are already a difficult map for a lot of people to get through casually or just normally. So making it more difficult by adding dangerous enemies like that, yeah, it's tough. All right, but if we can handle that, we can handle anything in this area. So we're ripping right on through these floors. Now I could have taken the elevator that's in the middle of all these floors. I could have taken the elevator to almost the bottom floor. But I didn't want to do that because I would be missing out on a lot of experience. Now I could always come back, right, of course. But I was strong enough to handle the area, so might as well get the experience while you're going through the first time. Alright, so there's a humor coming after me, so I'm going to go ahead and back up and start popping the corrosive gas so that it dies when it comes in the gas. And we'll clear out the rest of this area. Not too bad. And it looks like there's a booster bot over here. We'll go ahead and take it out. By the way, whenever there's a booster bot, there's also like this medical area where there's tons of scrap and these like injector lockers, medical lockers. So whenever you see a booster bot, I always get excited because it means that it's there's a loot pinata right around the corner. accidentally hit that guy, but we just kill him. Since we're allied with fish, they'll forget all about it. Alright. So, well, we've had really good luck on most of everything. And here's the clone that we saw. So, because I'm immune to my own mutation, this is not very threatening. The only way to kill me is with weapons, which the clone doesn't have. Alright, so let's see what this one wants. Hologram bracelet for enhanced prowess. Hologram bracelets are pretty rare, so we're probably not going to find one. But enhanced prowess is the best reward that you can find from at least these battles. Because enhanced prowess means more stats, which directly means that you're getting stronger. So. Alright, so we heard the sound of sprinting, so that means there's a juicing cannibal somewhere. This regeneration tank does not have, homogenized convalescence, so that means it has no mixture of cloning drop, which means that this is not useful for us, so we can freely destroy this. I was just checking that because I wanted to pop corrosive gas to kill this brood mother, and we'll destroy this egg that was on the floor. Oh, it looks like the corrosive gas took the hit, so it didn't end up actually destroying the egg. But you can destroy the eggs. So this is engraved, unfortunately, not what I wanted. I want painted. And also, now that our hammer is freezing, we'll just do guaranteed damage every single time to the crag mensch. So makes killing them a little bit easier. Let's go ahead and identify this artifact. We'll take the chem cell, but sharp means that it has a higher penetration value. It's not applicable for cudgels, unfortunately, but if it was, I would definitely be using it. Alright, so still looking for more painted gear so we can sate that fatal. And clearing through Bethesda Susa pretty cleanly. The biggest risk was definitely that Knight Templar, or Knight Commander, that we encountered. So there's a lot of stun locks in there, that's why I was taking so much damage at a time. So those guys definitely don't mess around, and if we did not have the AV that we did, we would have gotten pretty ripped apart. Now I was definitely being greedy and not using the corrosive gas, which is kind of what this build goes around. So. Alright, so that should be this floor cleared. No painted gear. And no painted gear. Unfortunate. Alright, so we'll move on to the next one. We're getting pretty close to the end here. If I remember right, there's like 13 strata of Bethesda Susa, so we're getting pretty close to the end. This is definitely the longest dungeon that you would have encountered up until now. So if it feels exhausting or grueling, feel free to take a break, right? So you can always leave the dungeon and come back later. There's nothing that says that you have to clear it out in a single go. So don't feel bad if you feel like you need to make a run back to town to get more supplies. You know, maybe you run out of healing items, so you go back to the stilt and buy some salves from the apothecary. Right, so your goal is to just get through the game. Don't worry about getting through the game quickly. We're doing pretty good. Hopefully we can find those last two painted items that I need. So that I don't have to come back. I can just pick up the reward. But we don't have that many more floors to do that. And we see a mysterious gunslinger, so we'll go ahead and take them out. Laser pistols are worth a lot of money, so I will happily take those. That's definitely the weapons that I was looking for the mysterious gunslingers to have. Whenever I kill them, I'm hoping that they have laser pistols, because they're worth a lot. Alright. That looks like the floor cleared out. We'll go ahead and kill this cyberneticist. See if they have painted gear, which they don't, fortunately. But that looks like about it here. Go ahead and eat before we move on to the next floor. And this should be the last floor. Unfortunately, no painted gear. Go ahead and pop corrosive gas when the king crab gets in the melee. And we'll go ahead and tighten our carapace and just tank the hits. This definitely looks like the last floor. Yeah, this is the last floor, but the Susa, the Cybernetics ward. So there's 4 becoming nukes. If you're a true kin, this is like a gold mine of the run. You get pretty big power up here. For us as mutants, though, it's not that exciting. Just some money. We'll break into this one. And just take everything that isn't nailed down. And if it's nailed down, we'll take the nails too. Okay, painted item. So we need one more to complete our collection. Make sure to pick up the credit lockbox, the 3-cent credit wedges. There's 2 of them. In that lockbox, so make sure not to skip them. Even if you are a mutant and you don't get any direct benefit from the credits, they weigh 0 pounds and they're worth a good amount of money. So it's just a payday for us mutants. And we'll take out more of these cyberneticists. Another flamethrower. Now the flamethrower is an extremely powerful weapon. We could have used it back we were fighting those Templar. But we ended up not doing that. I'm not sure that I'm going to use it. However, I will take this oil skin as I do have that other flamethrower with me. Just in case, like emergency purposes, then I'll break out the flamethrower. I always like to have one just in case, as a flamethrower can deal with pretty much any enemy in the game. And that may be surprising to you. You know, how is a weapon that we can find this early on able to kill literally any enemy in the game? Like, really? And yeah, it can. It is that strong. But the offset to that is that you do not have much ammunition for it at all. Alright. So the gimmick of this area is that there's a phase spider here that is spewing out phase webs. And if you harvest phase webs, you get phase silk. So if you remember what phase silk does, if you cook with it, it has a chance to give you phasing. So there are many ways to get into this chamber to our right. We can dig through with a pickaxe. We can eat phase silk and phase through. Or us, we have corrosive gas and we can just destroy the wall with our corrosive gas. So we'll take that option. And we'll wait for our corrosive gas to come off of cooldown. And we'll head down. Now there's always one juicing cannibal here with a rocket launcher. And they spawn way over here. So that they'll always have a chance to shoot you. So you want to be really careful about which one of these pods here has dangerous creatures that you don't want to let out. So that one's a phase spider. We don't really care about that. So I'm okay if he blows up this pod. So we'll see the missile launcher, we'll disassemble it, and we'll disassemble these missiles. So now there's two phase spiders, but we don't really care about that. What we're worried about letting loose is this guy, the Rhinox. Super high level enemy for this point in the game. High AV, high damage, has a charge attack that does enormous damage to you. You really don't want to let him out. And the other enemy that you generally don't want to let out is this guy, Mechanimous. So this is a legendary eater who there's a lot of lore around him. I'll leave it to you to learn that, but he is a legendary warrior and he is very dangerous. So you generally don't want to let him out because he will probably kill you. And in your runs, I would advise that you don't let him out. Just leave him in there. Don't fight him. But I am going to fight him just to show you what happens, what he does. So he has a weapon on him that ignores your armor. He doesn't care about your armor at all, not even a little bit. So you got to be really, really careful with that. And while he's frozen, you can't hurt him. So you got to wait for him to thaw. So not only does he have a weapon that ignores your armor, but he also has really, really high quickness. So he makes moves extremely fast, much faster than you. So still waiting for him to thaw. And this phase fighter is just doing absolutely nothing. He takes some damage from the acid. And he is just alternating between getting frozen and thawing. But he's taking a lot of damage from the acid right now. And that just killed him. So usually he comes and attacks you. That actually has never worked so well for me. So I probably wouldn't try that yourself. But if you want to, go ahead. We just killed him pretty easily. Alright, but this is the reason why we got our Mechanimous reputation, is for this room right here. So all of these guys are friendly to me, and I'm going to walk through this compound a little bit. This is not a Ilex King Crab, by the way. They're just wearing a disguise. So walking through this compound, all of these creatures would be immediately aggressive to me. And these Mechanimous paladins and protectors of the Sanctum, the Warden of the Sanctums, these are all pretty dangerous, pretty powerful enemies, capped off by another High Priest. So I don't care about the 4th or Talamarian Brood. I don't care about cannibals, so we'll go ahead and Water Ritual. Do not learn Proselytize from this guy, by the way. That's a bait. If you learn Proselytize, it reduces your reputation by 300, and if that takes you below 250, everyone in here will immediately become aggressive to you. So don't do that. That's a bait. In order to complete the quest, we need to go to this central beetle right here and insert the disc. This doesn't make them mad. They won't get aggressive to you. You can do this safely. Now, when you come down here, the elevator that you took becomes locked, and the button to unlock it is this one right here. Alright, so besides the enemies in here, there's also one of these guys. I don't know why he's in here, but he is. And there's a couple chests, so we'll go ahead and investigate these chests. I'm looking primarily for some painted items, because we need one more painted item. And it doesn't look like we were able to find it, which is unfortunate. So we're probably going to have to come back to this place once we find another painted item. Yeah, that sucks. But not too big of a deal. We'll just have to remember that we need one more painted item. Do I have that painted item on me? I do. So before we leave, we'll go back there and we'll drop the painted item. Boost Carapace. And this is max mutation. I can't advance that, so we're kind of stuck with advancing double muscle. So this point of strength isn't going to really do us any good, but we'll have it for when it will. Alright, I can't really put anything more into pistol. In fact, most of these we can't really put anything more into. We're going to get jungles, the jungle lore, because we're going to do a lot of walking around in jungles, so getting lost less often in jungles is just a good thing. And I think next we'll save up for juke and get that. Alright, so we'll head back up, take the platform, and make our way back up. And put the painted item by the beetle for whenever we inevitably return. Alright, so I'll drop that off. And it looks like we're good to go. So we've got a lot of loot to sell. A lot of loot to sell. So let's go ahead and pop on over to Gritgate. I'll disassemble that empty cell and pop in a solar cell And we'll talk to Jacobo and Sparrow Fusil, see if we have any tasty data discs to learn. I'll go ahead and learn Flaming. Sell those. And Fitted with Suspenders is a mod that is going to make the item that is attached to weigh nothing. I don't really like this one because it's a Tinker 3 mod, so you'll probably never get Tinker 3, and it's not that great. So none of these are interesting to me, but we do need more bullets, so we'll go ahead and buy some. I'm interested in what this is, so I'll have them identify. It's just an electro bow. Electro bow is a pretty good item that you can find earlier, but we've outscaled the electro bow, so it's not of any use to us right now. All right. So we'll sell one of these compass bracelets. We don't need to. The compass bracelets do not stack. Alright, so we'll tell Otho that we succeeded. And we need to wait a little while for the next quest to unlock, but we don't really have anything to do. So I'm just going to hold down the 5 key and wait for Otho to come back. And there he is. So we'll go ahead and secure the spindle for Berethrum, which has us going to Amon Porch near Ezra. So we have the Ezra recoiler, so we'll just teleport on over there. And while we're here, we'll go ahead and take a look at what we can buy. So there's another bottle of metamorphic polygel. Definitely want that. The nanoweave vest, if we didn't have Carapace, this is one of my favorite armor items. It's great. It's fantastic. If you're doing a DV focused build, nanoweave vest is a fantastic option. But we do have Carapace, so it's not that useful to us. And it looks like the only really interesting thing here is going to be the metamorphic polygel. So these small trinkets are some kind of cell. We already know what a acid cell looks like. So these are either oil cells or a lava cell or a biodynamic cell. So I'm going to buy one just in case they're both the same cell. Because this is probably an oil cell. It's pretty cheap. And this is probably some sort of plasma grenade. But we've got a lot of money, so I'm going to go ahead and figure out what it is. We'll sell the portable beehive. We don't really need a telescopic monocle anymore. We don't need this advertisement anymore. It's no good to us. We'll sell the gun rack because it's pretty heavy. We'll sell those fidget cells and the lead acid cell. The rubber tree seed is an ingredient for rubber gum, the injector. I don't really use rubber gum injectors, so I'm just going to sell it. We don't need these grenades anymore, so I'm going to go ahead and sell the sower seeds. And I'll go ahead and sell the poison gas grenade as well. I can't remember if I re-equip my floating glow sphere, so I'm going to sell 2 of those. We'll sell these long swords and the dagger. And we'll sell this chain pistol. Alright. Let me see if... No, I didn't. So I'm glad I didn't sell that last floating glow sphere. So let's find out what this is. It's a combustion cell, so it's a source of oil. And it's a plasma grenade 3. This is fantastic. This is one of the best grenades in the game. So very happy that we found that. And let me check. Yeah, they were both combustion cells, so I'm glad I didn't buy both of them. Alright, so that's all we're getting out of 6 Shrew. We'll check Ela just in case she has an interesting data disk, but none of these are that interesting, so I'm not going to buy any of them. Alright, so we'll head on over to Ezra and talk to the Earl of Almonporch, Asphodel. So we want to rent out the spindle. We want to make it like a mini HQ. So we need to ask Asphodel, and he needs other factions to vouch for us. And he needs 3 days for all the factions to be collected. So we've got 3 in-game days to putz around and do whatever we want. So I'm going to spend some of those days in this historic site that is up here. Alright, and we've got a mutation point to spend. So I'm going to spend it on Carapace. And we have skill points to put into Juke. And I can put another point into Tumbles that gives me extra DV. And Juke's cooldown is reduced. So these irritable palms are normally hostile to you. However, we are neutral to trees, so we don't have to worry about those. However, the Red Death Daka are not neutral to us. And it looks like this is an ooze historic site. So I'm going to go ahead and pop corrosive gas and continue to try and kill this Red Death Daka. Alright, and because we killed the Red Death Daka, the trees which are allied to that are not so happy with us. We'll go ahead and kill it and rest. So it looks like... What is this? It's just a normal low light laser turret. Okay, so that's good. That means it's not part of the historic site. Factions, that is. Neither is a snail mother. We'll go ahead and gas it. It looks like it's just oozes, which we do have a really good weapon against oozes. And this is actually shell wall with jasper deposits, so we got really lucky with that. And the turret just got smoked by the tree. I would like to find it and kill it. We are being assaulted by these Cyclopean gibbons. But as long as we put up our corrosive gas, they can't get to us. And so another low light laser turret. Go ahead and take it out. And we'll eat. Alright, so this wall it says that it had jasper deposits. That means we have a small chance of just finding jasper, which is a type of gemstone, worth a good bit of money. And it looks like we found a couple down here. So we're just going to be finding some money. So pretty good for us, pretty good find. Yeah, definitely pay attention to the types of walls that are here in these historic sites, because they can be any type of wall. Even one rare like this. So we'll mine up some of these walls looking for jasper. Also looking around for wherever the stairs are. Alright, looks like we found a little bit more jasper, so we'll go ahead and help ourselves. There's another full-right battle axe. We're getting full-right axes, but not any full-right maces. And our auto-targeting really wants us to target this tree down here. So let's go ahead and oblige. It had so that tree was a friend of fungus and had fickle gill. I didn't realize that it did. So now I'm about to contract fickle gill. That's a bit annoying. So this has never worked for me. I'll just preface with that. But there is a dish that you can eat that will remove your itchy skin, or that has a chance of causing itchy skin to not develop into a fungal infection. But I think that I'm just going to head to Bethesda Susa and cure the itchy skin with a regeneration tank. I think it will do it, but I could be wrong. It's worth a try. So let's go ahead and teleport to Grit Gate. We do have a couple days before it sets in, so we should be able to get to Bethesda Susa before it develops into a fungal infection. Let's see if we can find a regeneration tank that is functioning. Looks like there's one over to the right here. Yeah, the rejuvenation status is not up, so we can't use that one. There's another one to the bottom left. Let's go ahead and check it out. This one's broken. Any on this floor? I don't see any. On this floor, I don't see any either. None on this floor. I may just have to fix one of them. One over here. There's another one a little bit closer. Let's check that one first. This one's broken. Another one down here that's also broken. And this one is also broken. Jeez. They're all broken. This one has enough convalescence. I'll just go ahead and fill it with... I have tons of these vials of cloning draught. So go ahead and put that in. That should make it ready to go. And I'll just recharge it just in case. And we'll go ahead and enter it. And wait a bit. And there we go. Fungal infection cured. Or at least itchy skin cured. So have to be a little more careful about that. I don't mind using it. I got really lucky with the cloning draught. Some people may be screaming, oh, you shouldn't use cloning draught like that. I don't care. I don't really like using it for the quote-unquote intended purpose of you cloning yourself or cloning merchants. I think it's a little bit too powerful, so I have no issues quote-unquote wasting it like that. Alright, so let's go back to the historic site. And we'll see if we can find the way down, as I'd at least like to be able to find that so I can get out of this super dense jungle. Did not mean to shoot that one. There's a lot of fungus around. If I had a defoliant grenade, this would be a lot easier to navigate, but I don't. So we'll just have to take it a little bit slowly, unless we want to get ingested constantly. This looks like machine wall, but it's not. It's quartzite. And we can bust through that. Hopefully we find the way down soon enough. I really don't want to get infected again. In case you didn't know about it, getting infected is not that bad. It's just kind of annoying more than anything. So it depends on the fungal infection that you get, but we were going to get fickle gill, which is by far the most annoying of all of them. So what it does is whenever you're hit, it will spray off like these little spores. They do very little damage, but they do damage. So it tends to anger everything around you when you get hit. Not only that, but I find it tends to spread easier. It says that you can't get infected from yourself, but I feel like I have gotten infected from myself. If not me, then it must have like infected other people that got immediately contracted fickle gill, and then it infected me. But I tend to just not want to deal with that at all. So it was definitely worth the cure. And the way forward is just hiding from us. It's times like these where you really want clairvoyance so you can just look ahead and and see where the floor is for the transition, the stairs. Just not finding it. Hopefully it's somewhere over to the left then. There's a lot that I haven't explored over here, so I'll go ahead and check it out. Now, whenever you don't find the stairs immediately in the Banana Grove historic sites, you're gonna be digging. Hopefully we won't have to dig too long. I think we're gonna end up discovering the entire map before we find where those stairs are. We're just not finding it. We did find some more Jasper though. Guess it is in that far right corner. There it is, all the way down here. The worst spot. Alright, we found it. That's an annoying spot to be. Go ahead and make our way back up. So those oozes that we were fighting the white ones, they engulf you. So they don't take up. They don't like attack you normally. They just are above you, and they'll hit you regardless of like your DV or anything like that. Alright, so it looks like we've got robots and oozes, which are two of the most dangerous factions. So I would probably recommend under normal circumstances that you don't go into a historic site like this. However, I'm feeling really confident in the power of this character, so I'm not that worried about it. You do really want to be careful about the oozes that look like that, though, the sludges. They can very easily kill you, and just permanently stun lock you and kill you. It looks like there's a Seeker of the Sightless Way over there. Let's go ahead and back up. We're getting shot by some turret. So I have to find our way over to it. Alright, so we get another rapid advancement. I'm going to put that in Carapace. And that is our Carapace max. We don't need to do any more anything for Carapace. It is as high as I really want it. But we got a bit more work to do with double muscle, so we'll go ahead and continue to put points in there. we've also pretty much completed our build when it comes to skills. There's not really anything else that I'm looking for. And it looks like we got teleported behind us. Gotta be careful because we did see that seeker, but I think I got killed by the Cyclopean Gibbons. And if you're curious about why I've been shooting these turrets, because we have disarming strike, or disarming shot. So we've actually been disarming the turrets' guns, which results in these 3 jacked, or more than that, on these jacked rifles. They're worth a lot of money. So it's a very easy way to make yourself money if you have access to a way of disarming things. Alright, let's back up. Get it to come into the gas. And we'll take it out. So that creature was mercurial. It will teleport every single time that you hit it. So it's a really annoying enemy to try and fight because it just teleports all over the screen. Makes it pretty hard to kill. And we're finally overburdened. So probably overburdened on cells. Yeah, we have 41 chem cells. So we're going to start just disassembling these fidget cells. And we'll leave it at that for right now because the normal chem cells do provide some utility for us. So don't necessarily want to just be destroying them quite yet. Alright, so that is a rocket turret. Yeah, I'd rather not get shot by it, so we'll just let it kill itself. We get a full right maul, which is a marginal improvement from our current weapon, the carbide hammer. However, it is one-handed, so it is not all the way there. There's still improvements to be done to our weapon, but that is a welcome advancement. We're carrying too much to move again. So the normality gas pump, don't need. What else can we get rid of? We don't really need this two-handed carbide hammer anymore. So we can drop that. And we're over encumbered again. So it might be time that we need to start. But you know what? I have 64 drams of oil, so I'm going to get rid of this oil skin. Way more than I need. And we'll probably that'll probably be about all that we can collect from in this run of the site. So I'm going to go ahead and just drop off a whole bunch of my stuff at 6 shrew. But before I do, I'll see what he's got to sell. So I'm interested in what that is. And this is just a straight improvement to our maul. So if we're going to use a one-handed weapon, well, that's expensive. So this crystal mace is a one-handed weapon. I think I'm going to hold off for it right now. But we'll go ahead and sell these chem cells to start off, and that pretty much does it. We'll go ahead and sell. What else can I get rid of that's low enough? We'll sell these pistols. And we'll sell a few miscellaneous smaller things. Like these boxes of crayons. Alright, that's good. Alright, so what are you? It's a pistol, that's unfortunate. A dithermal beam, not a good pistol. We'll sell it back at a later point. But we'll go ahead and use these chests. These chests are unowned, so you can freely put whatever you want in there. So I like using these chests to store when I have a whole bunch of stuff that is heavy, I don't really need to carry around me, but want to have for selling at a later point. So we'll go ahead and stuff all that in there, and we've got tons of carrying capacity now. So we'll go back and auto-explore it into the tree. So we'll go back and we'll continue looting this historic site. All right. So that was only floor 1 of the historic site. We've got a lot more to go. So these quartz baboons have some damage reflection, so that's why I'm taking all this damage. It's not that they are hurting me. It's that their damage reflection is hurting me. Do you have anything good? Not really. There's a mercurial. Try and get it to drop. Surprised there's so many Cyclopean gibbons around. Usually these historic sites are pretty much only the faction, the creatures as part of the faction. So it's not that common for there to be other stuff. Right, now where are these dogs coming from? These are Herkhounds? Yeah, so they usually come with a hound master. There they are right there. I don't know why they're here. We'll continue to explore. Kill these Cyclopean gibbons. Seems to be a lot of them in here. And it looks like we've disarmed it. There's not much strategy here. Just kind of shooting what's in front of me. Making sure, once again, that I'm following my golden rule of combat. You know, making sure that you only fight one enemy at a time. Like I said, if you know that one rule, it really takes you throughout the entire game. There's not a whole lot else to say. And I somehow disarmed myself. I don't know how that happened. We got our maul back. And we'll go ahead and heal up. We need to reload. We'll go ahead and disarm. And we've got a lot of bad stuff over there. So we're going to pull this guy away. So we don't destroy the walls with those rocket turrets nearby. and kind of drag this ooze through our corrosive gas. So these the little droids that are shooting the gas at me, they aren't threatening at all. They can't actually hurt me. So I'm not worried about them. The only thing that they can hurt me with is sometimes they explode like that, which deals some damage, but otherwise it's very predictable. Alright. So it looks like this Tinker has locked himself in with his contraptions. And we also have in here a pearl frog. So these pearl frogs don't move. They can jump, but that's it. They have a good amount of AV and a good amount of HP. But other than that, they're not super threatening. Okay, these two heal up and shoot the baboons. Looks like they're around the wall, so instead we'll come to them. Don't you worry, baboons. We'll come to you. And we'll continue to explore this floor. We're getting quite a few gun drops from these turrets. So we're making a lot of money off of this historic site. Which is good because in this game, money is definitely power. If you know how to use it. So it looks like there's an artifact chest right up ahead. Excited to see what artifact that we get, and it looks like a dagger. And this is one of this is going to be one of multiple daggers, and it looks like this one has a 20% chance to dismember on hit, which is an insanely good effect. In fact, this effect is so good, I might even just pivot to like a dual wielding build. But now that I think about it a little bit more, I'm not going to do that. In a normal run, I probably would do that. However, for this run, I won't, because this is meant to be a beginner-friendly run that you guys can more or less follow along with. And you will likely not get a weapon such as that. So I think it would be, it wouldn't be very helpful for you to see me run through the rest of the game with a weapon that you have no chance of obtaining. So I won't be doing that, but if you get a weapon that good, you probably want to make use of it. Alright, so we'll head off to the next floor. First I want to check to see how many guns we got. Yeah, quite a few. So we are rolling in the money now. So unfortunately we don't have a really good way to combat we don't have a really good way of combating explosive turrets, the rocket launcher turrets. So we're more or less at their mercy, which definitely sucks, but not every build can counter absolutely everything. So we want to get out of here. But I'm considering which way is the best way to go. If we really need to, we do have these portable walls, which we can put up in front of the rocket launcher turret. But I'm just going to try and run back. There you go. So the rocket launcher turret has pretty bad accuracy. So I was angling for it missing and shooting itself on the tight angle here. So shooting me straight on like that has a good chance for it to go up at any given point, just from the bad accuracy of it, which will result in it hitting the wall and not me, or hitting itself like it did. So now that it's dead, we don't have to worry about it. We can continue on. Alright, so this is more of the same. Nothing really new. There probably won't be any new stuff that will go on in this dungeon, at least. As it seems pretty one trick. It seems like there's one danger here, and it's turrets, which are dangerous. You know, don't get me wrong. Turrets are dangerous, but should at least be able to figure them out by this point in the dungeon. You know, 3 floors in. And we find yet another fluorite maul, which is cute, you know. We don't need it, and now we find another one. This one is just a mono sludge. So these sludges, you have to be careful, because every time that they fall into water, they will get stronger. So we'll go ahead and back up. Yeah, so you can see, you may not have noticed, but you can look in the chat and say the salt catalyzes the dilute, slimy, dilute dye sludge into a tri-sludge. So they get more powerful with every liquid that they come into contact with. So you have to be careful with that. Hope we didn't kill it. We're gonna back up. I thought we killed it, so I kind of was wandering around. We'll go ahead and heal. That'll also refresh our sprint cooldown. And we'll try and, yeah, we took it out. Okay, good. We'll continue to run around and explore. Man, we are just finding more of these. Try and rip apart this area, see if we can get an area where it hits itself, or at least clears out the obstacles, so we can get into melee with it and take it out. Alright, good. Now these walls are the ones with jasper deposits, so it would be good for us to destroy the walls around here to get some more jasper. And more explosives. The best way to deal with these explosives when you don't really have a solution for them is to just use your face. Let them kill themselves. But you definitely got to be careful about that. You got to have enough HP. You got to know what you're doing. And even then, it's still pretty risky. Alright, so let's destroy some of these walls with some jasper. See if we can get even richer than we already are. And broke that one. Luckily we have fix-it foam, so we can apply that on the broken item. And it'll repair it. So this is some kind of rifle. An Eigen rifle. Not a bad rifle. Not really useful for us. A mag hammer is an improvement for us. We'll go ahead and slot a cell into that bad boy. Let's go ahead and use a radio-powered fidget cell. So radio-powered means that it will be constantly pulling in charge. Which is good for us. And a mag hammer has the ability to latch onto creatures. So a gyrocopter backpack allows for flight, but we don't really have a need for flight right now, but I'll go ahead and hold on to it. We will need flight later on. So in case we don't get any other flight options, we'll use that. So the gyrocopter backpack is a slightly better version, not slightly, it's a bit better version of flight than the mechanical wings. Still not perfect, right? Not the best form of flight out there, but not too bad. Alright, so we found a little bit of jasper. I think that's good enough for us to move on to the next floor after we eat. And we immediately come face to face with a Cherubim. And looks like we also come face to face with the legendary creature because we got hit with pyrokinesis. We're gonna back up. And looks like there's the legendary. It's a legendary gelatinous prism. So I would like my corrosive gas, which is off cooldown now. Go ahead and pop that. And lead this one through it. And start striking. Looks like he has a stinger. But that was enough to take it out. Dragging it through the corrosive acid, or corrosive gas did the trick. Let's wait for some of this acid to evaporate. And we'll say okay, we'll go through the acid. And we'll have to fight our way out. We're kind of locked in, but luckily the Cherubim is an element that we resist in cold, so not very threatening. And we'll wait for all this to evaporate. Looks like there's one way out, and that's this way, and I've been holding the wait key way too much. Don't do that. That's how you get killed. So yeah, don't hold the wait key. We very easily could have just died there. That I'm surprised I made that mistake. That's a very basic mistake to make. Luckily we weren't punished. Go ahead and take out more of these turrets. They're all over the place. Go ahead and heal up a bit. And another ooze. This one's... Oh, we're actually out of ammo. Okay. We used up way more ammunition than I thought. But let's just go ahead and grab this and head out. This looks like a Eigen pistol that is modified. +4 ego, multiple ammo. Okay, the ego's alright, but the multiple projectiles per shot is really nice. So let's go ahead and head back out. We'll go back to Ezra. And it looks like they're ready for us at Oman Porch as well. Before we do that, we'll go ahead and drop off. Oh, actually, it looks like Six Shrew hasn't restocked yet. I'm going to go ahead and grab this chest here. And we're going to take a trip to the Eid Freehold. So this is the other thing that I like to do before we finish the Earl of Oman Porch quest. Go to the Eid Freehold. It's got the highest tier merchant in the game. We can find it there. And just for safety, I'm going to equip the gyrocopter backpack. Give me a source of flight. So I don't know. I think it says clam in it, so I'm guessing it's a legendary mollusk. But we were able to make it without getting lost, so that's good. We don't need this gyrocopter backpack. Swap back. And there's just a random Dromad caravan here, which is really good. So this just gives us another high tier merchant in this area, which is excellent for us. I'm curious as to what that is, so I'll go ahead and buy it. I'm also curious to what that is, so I'll go ahead and buy it. And we'll go ahead and sell a bunch of stuff. So I'm, as much as it pains me, I will be selling this. We'll be selling the mall. I don't need these keys anymore. We've unlocked them, and I mean we can just destroy the doors anyways. I don't need this Eigen rifle. And we can sell one of these laser rifles. And we'll sell one of these silver nuggets and two of these copper nuggets. Alright. Did pretty good there. Let's go ahead and find out what these are. A turbo. We got the data for this. This is just a bow that can use your strength instead of that use your strength to like make it stronger. Not great. And a handrail. So handrail is a really good pistol. But we don't have a good source of charge right now. Like battery power. So I'm not going to be using energy weapons quite yet, just because I don't have the means to keep them powered. This guy is the weirdest looking armorer I've seen. They usually don't have that sprite, but okay. A Warden Un is another Warden, so we'll go ahead and grab them for the Warden reputation. They do teach the shield skill as well, the block skill, so alternative way of getting it as opposed to Warden's Ezra. This friendly little fellow is Bep. Bep is the highest tier Tinker. This is a Yeed Freehold recoiler. This is a Cybernetic of some kind. And we've got some more item mods. Airfoil makes a thrown weapon go further, so don't really care. And we've already seen fitted with suspenders, so none of this is exciting. Go ahead and sell the Mercurial Cloak. And I'll sell this because it's £5. And we got 67 left, so I'll go ahead and sell one of these. Alright. So this little thing down here is a rock tumbler. So if we open it up, it already has an agate gemstone. This will always come with like 1 or 2, maybe even 3 gemstones. But if you put a rough gemstone into the rock tumbler, and you wait, so we'll just go ahead and wait here. It will tumble them into smooth gemstones, which are worth more. So, just an easy way for you to increase your money if you have some rough gemstones. Alright, and then this plant is Tilly. So we're going to go ahead and put down the chest next to Tilly. And put away any other things that we would like to have to sell. But not before finding out what Tilly has to sell. So we can't equip this armor. Flawless Crystal Shard Mail is one of the best armors in the game. But our Carapace is actually stronger than it. I am curious to what this is. As we know, it's some energy cell of some kind. It's probably a lower tier energy cell with some sort of like modifier, like high capacity, or something like that. None of these weapons are improvements, so we'll pass them up. And let's just sell these chem cells with lower power. We're not going to use them. Alright, and let's see. Well, here's our Eid Freehold Recoiler. Let's see what this is. A nuclear cell. This is actually pretty good. So this is a, there's a lot of power in that power source. So I'll definitely be holding on to that. And let's go ahead and drop more of our weapons in there that we can sell. As we don't need those. Alright. So that was a fairly fruitful merchant run. Let's go ahead and head back to Oman Porch and complete the quest. 6 shrew restock, so let's see what he's got. I am tempted to find out what that is. So let's go ahead and we'll sell these wings. We'll sell this. That should be enough. Yeah, definitely more than I needed. I'm good with losing well. Do you have like a silver? No, you don't. Oh, I'll take a love injector, sure. All right, and we'll put away the extra. All right, so let's find out what this is. An arc winder with a nuclear cell. So arc winder is an electric damage pistol. It's the inferior version of like a high voltage arc winder. But still an electric damage weapon. Not too bad. Electric damage is very uncommonly resisted. So usually it's more common to have a weakness to electric damage than resistance to it. So let's talk to Asphodel. So we choose one of 4 options. We can either betray a faction and gain a faction heirloom, which is like an artifact tier piece of gear. But you lose tons of reputation with that one betrayed faction. Which, depending on the factions that are there, right? So we've got the Mechanimous, we've got the Barathromites, and something else. I don't know what else. Let's see. The Mechanimous, Wardens, Barathromites, and Jopa. So I don't really want to lose 800 reputation with any of them. However, I am cool with losing 100 reputation with the Fellowship of Wardens and the Villagers of Jopa. And that's usually what I do. I just pick 2 to lose 100. Or I just lose 50 with all of them if I really can't lose that much. But usually you have some factions that you can lose 100 reputation with. Alright, and there's that quest finished. So go ahead and go back to Gritgate. Let's activate our cell. And before we do anything, we're going to make a trip to Mafio to buy some more bullets, as we used up all of ours. Alright, and wake up Spara Fusil, see what he has, which doesn't look like anything that I want. The antimatter cell would be great if it was an actual antimatter cell, but we're, like I said, we're not going to get Tinker 3, so. Alright, and let's find where Jacobo is. Must have missed him. Yeah, there he is. Scaled. We know what the scaled mod does. It's a good one to have. So I think I'm gonna pick it up. We'll trade that for sure one of these. All right. So normally I would be doing a little bit more preparation before going into this next quest. However, this is a powerful build. We've got some good items on our side, so I'm actually feeling pretty good about taking on the next quest. But just to show you guys what I would do if I was feeling less powerful, is I would start taking on places around the deep jungle. I would be taking on this historic site very, very carefully, as those are dangerous areas for our power level right now, so you got to be really, really careful. And I would also be searching the stilt for some more items to power ourselves up. But I'm feeling like we can take on this quest, as this is one of the most dangerous quests in the game. But before we do that, we'll go ahead and pop the Eater's Nectar's injector that we had before. I'm not going to use Metamorphic Polygel on these. I could use them to get a whole bunch, but I don't think it's very fun to just try and stack Eater's Nectar, especially as a mutant, because you don't get to control where it goes. So we gain a point of toughness, and we gained a mutation point. So the mutation point is not very useful for us, because we don't really have anywhere to put it. We can put a little more in double muscled. The extra point of toughness is convenient. It's a bit nice. Just taking a look at our skills here, there's not really anything else I want. I'm pretty complete on the build. Although putting more into agility so I can start getting these higher tier pistol skills is definitely the way to go next. We have the intelligence to get Tinker 2, so let's actually work towards that. We'll save up for Tinker 2. Alright, so again, before talking to Otho and starting this quest, I'd highly recommend that you probably do a little bit more preparation than what I'm doing. I like to be around level 29 to do this quest. However, like I said, I'm feeling really confident. So I'm just going to go ahead and start it. So once you turn in the Earl of Almond Porch quest, you are immediately set into a call to arms. So this is a quest where you need to defend Gritgate. The first step is to find out where you're being attacked from, which you go to the supercomputer up here, Erish Kygel, and figure out where they're at. So this is random, and we actually got insanely lucky with the location of this. There are two groups, and it's according to this, they are both spawning right next to each other. Now, what we can do is we have two. Where are they? We have two portable walls. So they're going to EMP this area around them. So the force field that's on the ground right now is doing absolutely nothing. However, I can use these portable walls to encase this area. I can encase this area like right here. That way they are forced to come this way. And because they're forced to go this way, they will be one-on-one with me. So I can very, very reliably fight them each one at a time. Now, this is going to restrict me from using my corrosive gas. So my strongest weapon I will not be able to use, or else I will forfeit my massive positioning advantage. All right, so this is where a reliance on corrosive gas starts to become bad. So if you're reliant on corrosive gas up until now, this is the place where that reliance starts to kick you in the butt. So we'll go ahead and pop the portable walls. Oh, I did not mean to activate it there, but that's still okay. We have enough. The second one has enough room to go where it will save me from my mistake. Be a little more careful about this one. And we'll pop that wall. And unfortunately, one chromeling got left behind. 07's in the chat for this chromeling that is about to get absolutely decimated. But we're just going to wait here for the Templar to come to us. So we'll wait it out. And I guess two more chromelings wanted to join in the destruction. I really don't want them here because they might get grenades thrown at them and by proxy me. So I'm actually going to kill them. And wait for them to come to me. So there's the first one. Alright, so not too bad. We'll wait for more to come to me, but it looks like they're just going to try to shoot me from around this corner. Which, good luck, you won't be able to. So I'll just wait for them to exhaust themselves. Mafia is angry because I killed the Chromelings. So we'll have to deal with both of them. That is unfortunate. So we're gonna try and shoot this guy and get him to drop his gun. So we're doing pretty good on that. I don't know if did he drop it? Looks like he did drop it. So we're going to, unfortunately, we're going to have to tank Mafio at the same time as we tank all these Templar. So I'm going to go ahead and pop a Solve Injector. This Knight Commander is not a threat to us anymore because they are disarmed. And we'll just take it out. It looks like he swapped places with the Knight Templar behind it. So we'll go ahead and try and disarm this one as well. This one has its full right fist implant. So we're actually not going to be able to disarm it. And that was what I was worried about. The explosive grenades. Which is why I wanted to hide around the corner. So we'll go ahead. This time I'm going to eat an berry because I'm at pretty low HP. And it looks like this boxed them in actually. So that explosion just moved this terrain around. So I'm a little stuck in here, but I can dig myself down south and escape that way. So that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to run away to drop aggro on the Barathromites. This has been a wacky quest. It normally doesn't go like this. So we'll drop aggro. And then we'll come back. And it looks like Hortensia was killed by the Waydroids. So rest in peace, Hortensia. I'm surprised that you got killed by these things, but what can you do? Alright. Now, all of these guys are melee, so let's go ahead and pop our... Well, let's back up and let them come to us. And it looks like they're not going to come to us. So they were on the bottom of the map here, so I'm just going to back down here. Now I can pop corrosive gas and kill him pretty easily. So go ahead and wait for my cooldowns. There's another phylactery squire, so we're going to back up down here and let them come to me again. I don't know if there's a bug with this, but he seems to just not want to use his phylactery. Which is kind of like the whole point of the phylactery squire, so I'm not sure about that. That seems weird. Alright, that got exploded and moved down to another zone, so we'll go ahead and wait for our cooldowns. And we'll finish these guys off. Pretty wacky fight, but there's a call to arms. It has definitely never gone that weird. That is by far the weirdest call to arms I've ever had. Alright, but we've got a whole bunch of loot, and we can destroy the area up here so that we can walk through again. And so we'll open up a couple holes. Alright. And we'll talk to Otho. So, unfortunately, Hortensia got killed by by the way droids. If I would have realized that Hortensia would have died from them, I would have just killed them ahead of time. But really good result. Hortensia is a non-restocking NPC, so I guess too bad, so sad for you Hortensia fans out there, but it's a pretty good result. So now we need to talk to Barathrum. And get our next quest from him. Now, Barathrum is always loved by two factions and hated by the Pudis Templar. So it's always good to water ritual Barathrum. And he is loved by insects. So more insect rep is definitely good for us. And we'll learn a couple recipes, I guess just one recipe. And we'll pick up his book. And we'll be on our way. So the quest has you going to talk to Q Girl for the plans. Curiously enough, you don't actually need to do this step. However, you don't get the experience for it unless you do it, so you might as well do it. Just giving these equipment a once over. I think we got everything that we really wanted. But let's actually check the ones that were on this side. Yeah, nothing good. Alright. So go ahead and make our way up. And we did find some equipment. So we know the ontological anchor already. Grenade launcher. I'll go ahead and disassemble it. These are desalination pellets. I must have picked them up from Hortensia as I did the spray bottle. And a couple of useless grenades. Alright, I think that's it. So we need to go into the Rainbow Wood. Which, as you might imagine, is the rainbow-colored forest that is to the left of Lake Hinam, the big lake. Now, there is a puzzle that you have to solve in order to figure out where to go in this quest, but if you already know where to go, then the puzzle is solved. Our first step is to get to the middle of the Rainbow Wood, which is this tile right here. Now, if I was to just walk into it, I would immediately get lost. So instead, what you want to do is you want to go to the jungle tile that is 2 tiles to the south of the Rainbow Wood, or there's another one that is 2 tiles north of the Rainbow Wood. So either of these will do. I prefer the south one because it's a little faster to get to. But you're going to walk up and like this, and basically just follow what I do. So we'll disassemble this carbine and free laser rifle. Don't mind if I do. So now we're in the Rainbow Wood, and we're just going to continue to walk to the north. There's nothing here that you're going to find. Sometimes you'll find like legendary Mechanimous or legendary Templar. But other than that, the only danger in the Rainbow Wood are the soupy sludges. So if you take a look to the right of my screen in the chat, you'll see that there's text that says a primordial soup starts reacting with a gel. So primordial soup is going to create these soupy sludges when they react with some sort of liquid. So essentially, your goal is to get through the screen before any of the primordial soup turns into soupy sludges, which you can very easily do if you just keep walking straight north. Now, once you get to the center, you'll have completed the quest step, and it'll tell you as much. And once we're in the center, we're looking for this right here. There will be a corpse on the floor with eater's flesh, and there will also be all these Alchemist mushrooms, which you can harvest for eater's flesh. Now, if you don't have the harvestry skill, you can just eat the eater's flesh that is on the floor here. So I'm just going to eat this. And what's going to happen is my screen will go shimmery, which means I'm now high on the mushrooms. And if you take a look at my quickness has been reduced to 40 quickness. So I am greatly slowed. So what you're looking for is this road over here. This was not here before. What we need to do is we need to follow the road. And there's already some soupy sludges that are coming out and attacking us. So we need to be careful of that. So since it's taking us back to a place where we've already been, I'm going to swap out my 8-foot cloak for this gyrocopter backpack. And bind my fly ability. So the soupy sludges are grounded enemies, and they have no ability to hit you if you're flying. So we're going to use that to our advantage to protect ourselves from the soupy sludges. So unfortunately, we had to go through an area that we've already been through. So there's going to be a whole bunch of these soupy sludges. Usually you can get lucky and the way forward is not going to be through all of these sludges. And the worst possible thing happened is we got, we fell in a bad place. So I'm going to start running to try and get away and fly again. And now I can start popping my corrosive gas to kill all these soupy sludges. Unfortunately, Pax Clank is right there. I don't want him to get hit by the gas. So we're gonna have to play this a little careful. Gonna re-equip our stuff. Land and try and get to Pax Clank before he hurts himself and gets angry with me. No idea where he went. It looks like he's attacking this sludge. Come back, Clank. There we go. Okay, so we're able to talk to him. I'm here to collect a debt. And he's gonna ask to infect a limb. I go for the face, as disgusting as that is to think about. Just because it's not going to affect my armor in any way. So, Clank on the face gives you 1 AV. I had a Silver Rondeur, which also gives me 1 AV, so There's really no change in equipment while I'm infected with Pax Clank. Now, once I've talked to Clank, I don't need to be here anymore. So I'm going to dip out. We'll go to Jopa, sure. And it looks like there's hostiles somewhere. So we're gonna put a little distance and try again. And it looks like there's still hostiles. Keep trying until we make it back. All right. So now we'll wiggle on the world map to get rid of the shimmering effect. And we can take stock of what we'll need to do. But we do have a level up to apply. So let's go ahead and keep putting points into double muscled. And now we have the skill points for Tinker 2, so let's go ahead and buy that. We get the options between a point defense drone, a force bracelet, and a siphon baton. All of these, except for the siphon baton, are good options. The force bracelet is a little too cheesy for my tastes. You're basically invulnerable while you have it active and on, and it doesn't really take up a whole lot of charge anyways to have this thing on. So I won't be using that. So I guess I'll go with a point defense drone instead. Now I still have to build it, so I don't just get it for free, but we'll go ahead and learn the recipe. All right. So we need to, Clank wants us to spread his infection around. So I need to spread his infection to 4 of these things. So one is Red Rock, we can get there easily. One is Rust Wells, we can get there easily. One is Kakuka, we can get there easily. And deep in the earth, we have not gone deep in the earth at all. A biodynamic cell I don't have and is a little bit rare and uncommon to find. However, a glowfish corpse is very easily obtained. So we'll go wander around the salt marsh. In fact, I believe we came across a layer, litter of smedins. There is all kinds of glowfish here. So one of them will surely drop a corpse. There we go. And we'll spread Clank that way. The quest is a little bugged right now where it won't tell you that you spread it properly, but you did. So we'll spread here. And then we'll go to Kakuka and spread there. All right, there we go. So spread in the 4 places. We're all done with that quest, and we can re-equip our Silver Ranger and go back to Gritgate and turn in the Pax Clank quest. All right, wakey wakey. Climber is a go. We get a quantum moat. So this is pretty much the best floating nearby piece of equipment in the game. So we'll go ahead and grab that. And we are pretty much all set to enter the Tomb of the Eaters, which is the penultimate quest. Actually, I'll keep this. Keep this on. This hover sled, we'll go ahead and disassemble it. I don't really want it anymore. And we'll put on the quantum moat. So a quantum moat gives an AV, a DV, and it gives the light of a regular floating glow sphere. So before we go into the Tomb of the Eaters, I'm going to make another check by our merchant. So we'll stop at the Eid Freehold first. And we'll see what we have here. I'm interested in what this is. So you have a few interesting items. But just those. That one's pretty expensive. I might pass. Let's check what Tilly has. Another few expensive items. It's probably just guns. Yeah, nothing really speaking to me. But we'll go ahead and find out what those are. So let's go ahead and buy these. We'll sell it. We're not really going to use it. I guess we could equip it. It is better than our current. Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll equip it. We won't sell it. We'll sell this. We're not using swords, so I might as well get rid of the ceremonial Vrabakopish. This is a very good weapon if you are using swords. But luckily our corrosive gas generation really takes the place of needing that weapon for some later game enemies. Do you have like a silver nugget? You have a gold nugget. Give you a little bit more then. Give these rongeurs. Oh, I had this painted bracelet this whole time. Well, I guess we can go back to Bethesda Susa and give the last painted item that we needed to find. Before we do, we'll go ahead and investigate these. Displacer, Crystal Battle Axe. So, Battle Axe, not good for us. Displacer is probably like the worst melee weapon mod. It teleports an enemy around, and anti-gravity boots are actually phenomenal for us. We can get rid of the gyrocopter backpack now. So the anti-gravity boots basically does what the gyrocopter backpack does, except is way better. So instead of having a chance to fall, there is no chance that we fall, which is what I thought these were. But I guess they weren't as expensive as I thought. Do I want to see what this is? I mean, for how expensive this is probably a null ray pistol, which is useless. I won't buy it. Instead, we're going to go to Bethesda Susa first. So let's zip on over there. And we'll go appease that sparking beetle. At this point, I believe it will give armor. I think that's what it was going to give us. So, while it won't be that amazing, it'll be at least good for selling. It'll be worth a good amount. Let's go ahead and drop that bracelet. And it was just a lack. What? Excuse me? That was it? I have never gotten a reward this useless. Okay, there we go. I just hadn't identified it. It's a mag hammer. Okay. I mean, it's better than my mag hammer, sure. Let's go ahead and equip it. Alright, we'll go ahead and equip our Chem cell. Alright, and then we'll teleport on over to Ezra. And before we make our stop into the Tomb of the Eaters, we'll see what Sixru has. This is probably a high capacity Arcwinder. But unfortunately no weapons that I want. So that's okay. We'll buy it. We'll see what it is. We're praying the list pretty quick, as I do want to keep it interesting for you guys. So I'm not being as I'm not playing it quite as slow as maybe I normally would. But feel free to take your time. So let's see what this is. Yep, high voltage Arcwinder. So, there's not really anything that I need that for. So I'll go ahead and put it away. And we'll just complete the Tomb of the Eaters quest. We've got everything that we need for it. Again, I would probably be playing this a little bit slower if I wasn't on stream, but we'll keep it interesting. So in order to get into the Tomb of the Eaters, we need the Mark of Death. And the Mark of Death can always be found on Rebecca's tombstone, which is always right here. So the Mark of Death is always different every single time. So this time it's just star / 4 times star. So it's also always mirrored. So the first 3 characters are mirrored as the last 3 characters. So if you can remember the first 3 characters, you can just reverse them to have the last 3 characters. But this one is very, very easy to remember. Despite that, watch me forget it anyways. So we need to go down and take our tattoo gun and use the tattoo option and tattoo ourselves. So it doesn't matter what body part you tattoo. However, if your tattooed body part gets dismembered, you will lose the Mark of Death. So I like to use a body part that cannot get dismembered, like the body. And we need to describe the tattoo, so we just inscribe the Mark of Death on ourselves and hit escape. And then we can pick a color. Let's do dark magenta and gold. Alright, so here is our new character with the Mark of Death inscribed on them. We'll go ahead and walk over to the Gate of Death and walk into it. So if you've never been through the tomb, I'll explain all the gimmicks of each floor as we get to them. Looks like there is a rocket turret here. We'll go ahead and heal up. And let's go ahead and eat a meal. We're a little bit hungry. There's Addy here. Kill it. Alright, so we're about to walk into the first part of the actual tomb itself. So let's start explaining what the heck is going on here once the zone builds. It usually doesn't take this long. Okay, so we're immediately locked in, which is okay, because this terrain, this compacted bone, is actually pretty easy to destroy. So we'll just break a hole in the wall for ourselves. Now I'm going to walk around for a little bit more. I'm looking for something, but if you look in the chat, you'll see in pink there's the message, the bell of rest tolls, the dead will be recalled in 280 rounds. So we have 280 rounds to either get to the next floor or find a resting place. So what happens is every 300 rounds, the bell of rest tolls, and if you are not already in a resting place, then you will be transported to a random resting place. Now, I actually found the teleporter that goes to the stairs immediately, but I'm going to explore around a little bit more. If you find this stairwell teleporter, just take it. It'll take you to the stairwell and you can exit on your own. But I'm going to explore a little bit more and show you guys what happens if you don't do that. So if you get lost and you're just wandering around looking for the stairwell teleporter, I'll show you what a resting place looks like and creatures to look out for. So the first creature to look out for are actually these grave robbers. So they are part of the grazing hedonist faction, which starts off neutral to you. So do not make the grazing hedonist faction angry with you, because you will anger these grave robbers. Now, the reason why you don't want to anger these grave robbers is because they start with like tier 3 grenades. You can see equipped with them is a plasma grenade Mark III. For this other grave robber, he just has a grenade launcher. So instead of equipping the grenades, he shoots them out of the grenade launcher. So I don't even know what he has. And they have several of these grenades. So grenades are some of the most dangerous things that you can find in the game. They are super dangerous. So you really do not want to make an enemy of these guys, and you want to stay away from them whenever you think they're about to throw a grenade, because you don't know what it is, and they can even have nukes, so you definitely don't want it. Alright, so we actually found a resting place here. So you'll see one of my active effects is Tomb Tethered. This means that I'm not going to be recalled because I'm already in a resting place. So if I wait 40 turns for the Bell of Rest to toll, you'll see in the chat that nothing happened, and it says you are not recalled as you're already in a resting place. Right? So this is what you want to have happen every time the Bell of Rest tolls, so that you don't end up lost. Now I'm going to wait for 280 turns, and I'm going to get lost to show you what does happen if you don't get into a resting place. So it will teleport you to a random resting place. We just happened to get the resting place that was right next to us. So we got a little lucky there, but that's not guaranteed, right? So it can be any resting place. So your goal is to wander around here until you find either a stair teleporter, which you'll probably find first, or a stairwell. So the stairwells are in areas that look like this, but they're only in certain zones. So even if you find a configuration that looks like this, it doesn't necessarily mean there's a stairwell in there. Instead, find the stairwell teleporter, and it will teleport you to a random stair. Right, so now we can go up the stairs. And this floor has nothing in it. It's totally safe, and we can just move up to the next floor. Right, so on this floor, this is the crematorium. So the gimmick of this floor is that there is a variety of extremely deadly traps that span this zone and a zone to the left of this zone. So 2 screens filled with traps. One trap is fire jets that are very, very deadly. And another trap is hydraulic presses that do tons of damage if you get caught in them. I'm going to walk you through how to avoid both of those. Before I do, if you walk into the zone either to your bottom or your top, depending on where you came in from, you'll find this little area right here, which is going to have some books, and is also going to have some cybernetic credit wedge. So if you are a Truekin, that's a decent place to look for credit wedges. All right. So in between this screen here and a screen 2 to the left, there are no resting places. So you have to get 2 screens over within your 300 turn time limit. So I'm going to go ahead and wait until the bell of rest tolls again before heading on over to the other side. All right, so bell of rest tolled, we're not recalled, so now we have to get across to the other side. Now, along the way, there's going to be these pits. If you fall in these pits, you're going to fall down like 2 floors, and you're going to take a ton of fall damage. Good for us, though, is that we have anti-gravity boots. So we can use these to actually fly. Let me toggle it to the right keypad. We can actually fly in the tomb. Right, so we can fly right over those pits. So very, 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 very handy to have for this floor. And we're going to fly over this gel, this prism, gelatinous cupola. Now, along the way, there will also be these fans. But if you go behind the fans, they won't push you. There's also this deposit box that you can open that has pretty rare artifacts. So we got Spray of Brain from there. We'll go ahead and destroy this robot and take the book that he stole from us. All right, so now we come upon the fire jets. So these vents deal a lot more heat damage than normal. They heat you up very quickly. They're very dangerous. You want to avoid them as much as you possibly can. However, we have Carapace, and our Carapace is giving us tons of heat resistance. So we're actually pretty much entirely immune to the fire here. So we don't have to worry about it because of our mutation choice. So another great thing about Carapace is we can just, that did 1 damage and heated me up by like 5 degrees. So not threatening to us at all. However, you can see that it has immediately immolated this gelatinous cupola. So it's the real deal. You don't want to sit in it unless you have tons of heat resistance like we do. Alright, so there's that one dealt with. This one is going to be the hydraulic press. So we're going to try and go around, but you can see that when they're about to press, the turn before, there'll be an arrow flashing like that, and the turn after, they press together. If you're in the middle of the press, when it presses, you won't die, but you'll probably take upwards of like 70 plus damage. They do a lot of damage. Okay. Now you can get into configurations that are hard to pass through. So generally you want to try and see if you can go around, but it doesn't look like we're able to go around here. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use my corrosive gas to destroy all this and fly over. So these machine walls will drop lava when destroyed. So normally you can't just do that to bypass them. However, if you have phasing or something like that, you can bypass them in that way. Because you can just phase through them. But if you don't have phasing, I'm going to get hit here. So I'm going to try and sprint past it. Yeah, I wasn't able to make it. So you can see how much damage that they do. They do an incredible amount of damage. So we'll go ahead and continue on. Just be careful. I can't really stop here because, as I mentioned, we are on a time limit. So I'm going to use more of the corrosive gas and fly over the lava that gets spawned. And This one's friendly to us. Oh, but it's a part of the cult of the coiled lamb. So the individuals here are part of random Sultan cults. So this is actually a bit of good luck that this guy's on our side. Alright, so we'll continue on through. That would have been a pretty dangerous configuration to have to try and get through without flight. So I highly, highly, highly recommend flight for your excursions in the Tomb of the Eaters. But now we're in this zone. We're in a resting place, so we are totally safe to regenerate to full and move right along. So the only place to go is through this door, and don't get faked out. But this is a fake wall, so you can actually walk right past it. When I got here on my own casual playthrough, my first time, I didn't know anything about this area. I was stuck here for a while because I had no idea where to go. It's like, why does it just end? And then I noticed that it was holographic wall. Alright. So, on the next floor here, we have 2 floors of basically tombs of regular eaters. Our goal is to get to a specific specific zone on these 2. So let me lay this out like this. If you can imagine, you're going to have to use your imagination here. If you can imagine these 3 tiles that I'm circling as being the parsang of the Tomb of the Eaters, right? If these 3 tiles represent the parsang of the Tomb of the Eaters, right now, if we were to place ourselves somewhere on the map, we would be in this zone right here that I'm hovering. So on the westmost zone of the parsang. The stairs to the final Sultan tombs is 1 strata above us, but it was always in the bottom left corner, the southwest corner of the parsang. It is always here. However, we are 1 strata below that. So we're here, and we want to get here, but 1 strata up. Now, we don't know where the stairs up are going to be on this floor, but we need to be aware of our path getting to the stairs up so that we can navigate to the stairs up to the last floor. So for example, if we start here, this is our zone that we're currently in. If we start here and we have to travel up 1 zone and to the right 1 zone before we find the stairs up, that means that we need to travel left 1 zone and down 2 zones to get to our destination. Right? If that sounds confusing, then we'll see it in practice here as I navigate throughout this area. However, one thing that can make this a lot easier to navigate through is if you can fly, you will be able to fly over all of the enemies that are on this floor. We'll grab our Sunslag back. And it looks like I accidentally shot that grave robber. I'm just going to walk past him. I'm pretty much going to ignore everything here. Now, the first zone that I like to check is the zone directly to my south, because if it's here, then I'm very, very close to where I need to go. If it's not here, then we'll have to go back and continue to look. So I know the screen's a little jumbled because I'm under the confuse effect, but let's just kill this guy because he's going to be annoying. Right, so we're looking around for the stairs up. Hopefully we can find them. They can be anywhere, so kind of have to get lucky searching for them. So we'll start flying again, fly over everything. Definitely want to keep an eye on the Bell of Rest so you don't get teleported. If you get teleported in this area, it's awful because now you have no idea what zone that you're on. Alright, so we only have 80 rounds left to go. I'm going to go ahead and we'll just kill this guy. It is really lagging. Holy cow. We'll kill this guy, and we'll just sit out the remaining turns until the Bell of Rest tolls. And we got some brain brine. All right. So we got 60 rounds to wait. We'll go ahead and wait for that to finish. We're not recalled, so we're good to continue to explore around and try and find our stairs. So it didn't look like they were in this zone. So instead, I'm going to go to the zone 2 to our north. See if I can find it there. They are very commonly on the left side of the screen, or the left side of the parsing, so the stairs, that is. Looks like nothing I'm finding here. That is friendly with me. That's a tongue tyrant. It pulls you in and then engulfs you like the Red Death Daka do. And they cause a bleed on you as well. They can be pretty dangerous. But they're a flower. I know they don't look like a flower, but they are a flower. So you can, if you're neutral with flowers like we are, they'll just leave you alone. But that's the primary reason why I like to get to be neutral with flowers, is to have those tongue tyrants not bother us. All right, again we're coming up on our time limit, but we're not finding the stairs. So I'm going to go ahead and just pass the time here. And we'll continue to investigate. Hopefully we'll find it pretty soon. The last few runs that I've done in the Tomb of Eaters, I've always found the stairs super quickly. So this is now retribution for all those times that I found it super fast. Alright. Still nothing around here. So we'll have to navigate. We got 140. Oh, there's the stairs. Alright. So I hope you were paying attention to our path. Once again, if I draw things out, if we use these 3 tiles that I'm circling right here, the path that we took is we started on this zone. We went down, didn't find anything, went back up, and then went up again, and then we found the stairs. Right? So when we take the stairs here, we need to go down 2 zones, and then we'll find the stairs in the bottom left corner. We get the stair teleporter right there, so this will just take it to the stairs. But I'm so confident that I'm right that I'm not going to take the stair teleporter just to show you that it is how I said it is. So we'll break on through and just go on a warpath down. So this is 1 zone down, this is 2 zones down, and now we need to go to the bottom left of this zone. And here's the stairs. So it's always there. All right. So with flight, the Tomb of the Eaters is a very, very easy dungeon. You just fly over everything. All right, so we finished that. Now we can continue to move up. So we're currently in the Sultan chambers. And protecting these Sultan chambers are going to be these Cherubim. Now, the Cherubim are very, very deadly, high-tier creatures. There's one of the strongest creatures you can find in the game. And there are multiple of them that are protecting every single Sultan tomb. Now, they're going to leave you alone. They're not going to bother you if you have the Mark of Death, which you do. You have to have it to get in. So they're not going to bother us. You can even peek inside the reliquary and see what relics you can get if you were to rob them. And we would actually get this really good cudgel if we did. But in order to actually take it, we would need to kill all of these Cherubim. So I am not going to bother explaining the modifiers to the Cherubim, or like which Cherubim are dangerous. These Cherubim, honestly, we could probably kill all of these Cherubim, but we won't do that. You're going to have different Cherubim, so it's not worth getting yourself killed over the mask. Wait until you know a little bit more about the game, and you're on your own high-powered run. Or if you just want to, or if you just want to fight them and you don't care about losing a run, all up to you. I will say that if you get mighty, so these Cherubim are mighty, that's one of the hardest Cherubim configurations to deal with. So while we could take the bottom 4 Cherubim, we could not take the 3 Cherubim that we just passed. We would probably die. We would need different gear for that. Jewel Cherubim are probably the most dangerous because they have a small chance to just instantly kill you no matter what you do. So not good. Robot Cherubim and Ooze Cherubim are also some of the most dangerous Cherubim out there. So definitely not going to fight those guys. And we'll just ignore the rest of them. The Cherubim do get lesser as you go up, reflecting the waning power of the Sultan. Some lore for you. But our goal is to make it all the way to the top. So we'll just keep on walking. All right. So we make it all the way to the top. Now we need to talk to Herodotus and say that we need to get to Bright Shoal, and we bear the mark, and we say Reshef is gone, and just check our scan us, figure out what goes on our wall. So we'll get our history engraved like all the other sultans. We'll enjoy a last meal, and we'll wait for Herodotus to complete its masterpiece. So I'm just holding down the wait key and waiting for Herodotus to tell me he's done. And he's done. So once he's done, we'll go in, we'll enter, we'll type in tomb. We climb into the sarcophagus and we die. Yep, that's it. That's the game. If that's an unsatisfying ending for you, well, play a different game, I guess. But you can see your stats, so we did pretty well. We completed it at levels 27, and I'm lying to you. That's not the rest of the game. Just press wait, and you'll get through the fake death screen, and you'll be able to continue the quest. So I hope you're reading all that text because it's going to be on the exam. But once we're here, sometimes you're encumbered. I don't really know what causes it. We'll just get rid of, we'll just put on this backpack, sure. So we need to talk to Rainwater Shomer. We'll ask why he calls us Shad. And Saloom, is that another name of Qud? Why you call me Shad? And then where's Bright Shoal? And then say that we've come from the Thin World. And we need to, something changed, and tell them about the lore. Then you have the option of either ending your run for real, and I'm not joking this time. If you choose this option, you end the run for real, or you can return to Qud and continue on in the run. So we say that we want to go back to Qud and finish our run. All right, so we wake up in the Recoming Nook, and we have a new floating nearby slot. So we have 2 floating nearby slots, and what you want to do is immediately after coming out of the Recoming Nook, you want to retrieve, where is it? You want to retrieve 2 things. You want to retrieve a recoiler to a place with a cell that is charged. And then you also want to retrieve and equip a flying device. Right? Now, the reason for that is because there are enemies potentially on this map, and they will potentially kill us while we're trying to get all of our stuff back. And I have lost a run to being killed in this room. So don't let that be you. Have your stuff ready to escape at the drop of a hat. Alright, so now we have everything. If you look outside, it looks like there weren't any enemies, so we got an area that didn't have any enemies on it, which is lucky, but not guaranteed. Alright. I don't need any of this oil that I had on me, so I'm going to dump all of this oil out. We've only got one more quest to do, so we'll go ahead and get through it. But before I do the quest, let me fly out of here. Before I do the quest, I need one more thing from the from this area, and I need 20 drams of primordial sludge. Oh, I didn't mean to. Okay, well now I have extra. So you'll need this when it comes time to do the next quest. So make sure you collect 20 drams of it. And I don't need to be walking, I can just teleport to Great Gate. So go ahead and teleport. And let's go ahead and see what Spara Fusil and Jacobo have. Alright, coprocessor. This is a pretty bad mod and complicated, so I won't bother trying to explain it. And then we'll also check Spara Fusil. Slender. It's I guess kind of nice, but none of these other mods are any good. We have not found good mods at all, which is unfortunate. But we'll go ahead and buy some more lead slugs. Increase our ammunition. This is just, no one is repairing this. Let's fix that up. because it's destroying people. Okay. The Barathromites will repair that stuff, so I don't know why they decided that they weren't going to. Alright, so it's all Barathrum that we found Bright Shoal. He's going to promote us, and we get some Metamorphic Polygel. And we need to begin building the Golem. Now, in order to build the Golem, we need 6 things. Or 7 things. So first we need a body. A body is a creature that is level 30 or above. And this is going to determine the overall shape of the Golem. This is probably your most important choice, is what body you give. Next is your catalyst, which is 3 drams of some liquid that will give a bonus. So you can see I have only 3 drams of water, lava, oil, and ink. So these are the only options that I have. But 3 drams of anything will allow you to do it. My favorite is gel, so I'll probably go and find some gel. Next is the Atmos, which is a body part, and this determines extra mutations that the Golem is going to have. Next is the armament, which is a Zetachrome weapon that determines the skills and weapon that the Golem is going to have. This is your second most important choice. Next is the incantation, which is it's just a journal entry, so you can see all these various journal entries that we have. You choose your option here. There's one option that I always choose, and we're going to do that when it comes to the incantation, but it's by far the best incantation, not even close. And next is the Hamsa, which is just a item that gives some effect that you choose. You generally don't have to do anything special to gather stuff for the Hamsa. You usually just have exactly what you want here. And the last is the Ascension Power Source. So the Ascension Power Source can either be 3 drams of neutron flux, which we have 2 drams right here, or we have to go to the Moonstair and get Chava to agree to be the power source for us. Now, if you have been following along with me, you will have guaranteed 2 drams of neutron flux from killing the Alchemist, and you have 1 metamorphic polygel given to you from Barathrum. If I were you, I would use the metamorphic polygel on one of these files of neutron flux to give you 3 drams of neutron flux. That way you do not have to do the quest that I am about to do with you guys. Because the quest is somewhat dangerous. Right? So that's my recommendation. If you decide not to do it, then don't blame me if you end up dead. And I don't know when I got this, but we need to disassemble it. Alright, so we're going to spend some time gathering all these things that we need for the Golem. But first I'm going to drop the primordial soup on the floor, because I need that to be here. You also need 20 drams of primordial soup. Alright, so we'll go ahead and make a merchant stop. We'll go to Ezra first. And we'll swap that out with this radio-powered cell. So that way it automatically recharges. And we'll talk to 6 Shrew. So we're on a mission now. We know exactly what we want, and we're looking for Zetachrome weapons, which it has none. So we're done with you, 6 Shrew. We have a lot of books, so let's actually take some time and turn those in. I know we just came from Gritgate, but I guess we're going to go back. Well, the cell's drained, so we'll just go to Jopa and go to Gritgate, or the stilt from there. Alright. We don't really need anything from the stilt. We'll give all these books level up. Can't put any more into double muscled, so yeah, sure, let's go ahead and put more into mental mirror. Why not? Do you have enough for more pistol skills? We do, so we'll go ahead and grab Deadshot. Alright, now we could run around the stilt, and in fact, if you were playing this a little slower, I probably would have been running around the stilt a lot more often, buying from like schematic drafters and these bookbinders for specifically these Schrodinger pages. So this is actually the second one we found. I didn't buy the first one because I felt I was getting too lucky. But I'll go ahead and buy this one. Should be good. And I'm also, well, I won't use it. Well, I will use it, but not on. Let's go ahead and ally ourselves with oozes. So we'll go ahead and use one. Let's use. No, we'll use two. So we'll go ahead and use one of these, entangle text. So since it's chapter unspecified, you have to specify what good deed that we did for who. So we're going to do a good deed for oozes, increase by 210, and then we'll do another good deed for oozes. Alright, now if you're in the same boat as me, if you also have Schrodinger pages and Metamorphic Polygel, oozes would not be the faction that I would advise you to use. Instead, I'd advise you to use it on. I'd advise you to use it on robots, and that's because we're about to go in an area with some very, very deadly robots. So, the more protection that you have there, the better. All right, so let's go ahead and teleport to the Eid Freehold. And see what we can buy here. Again, we're looking for Zetachrome weapons, which we did not find any from you. So we'll go search Tilly. And again, no Zetachrome weapons. So we're definitely a little weak for this point in the game. Usually you'd be a higher level. So we're going to spend a little bit of time leveling in this historic site. So these are usually neutral to me, but because they are part of the Sultan cult, they will be hostile, which is definitely unfortunate because these are pretty annoying enemies. And we're really coming across our limits for our chain pistols. They're not doing the job like they used to. So these memory eaters do what you might expect. They delete your memories. So they make you forget secrets. That's not too bad for us. We don't really need to know any more secrets, but they also will they'll also delete your memory of the current map, which is just kind of annoying. So there aren't actually 4 of these fish there. It's a special type of fish that can duplicate itself. So it has temporal fugue. So I was just going to wait for the temporal fugue to run out. And we're beset by these Kaleido slugs. But these guys aren't super dangerous, but he was able to hit me with a crit. We'll go ahead and pop our corrosive gas and kill him a little faster. And we'll do the same to his friend. Alright, and then we'll heal up. Alright. Explore this area. That was what I was worried about. So that is a trining lamprey. So we've seen the twinning lamprey. But the trining lamprey are 3 of a pair. They are virtually impossible to kill. So even though it looked like I killed that one there, that was just 1 of 3. So it's duplicated itself and didn't actually die. I pretty much just have to ignore them. They are so unbelievably hard to kill. I honestly have never seen like regular. That was the memory eat effect, by the way. I honestly have never seen a regular creature be capable of killing one of those ever. A trining lamprey, that is. So the less trining lampreys we see, the better. Ideally, we don't see any down here. Speak of the devil. Alright. So hopefully we just see him one off. We don't get too overwhelmed by them. These quadribolts are really dangerous. Where are we at? We're gonna run out of here. Yeah, we need to heal up. I'm gonna... How many herb berries do we have? We're not really in that big of a risk. I'm gonna go ahead and pop a solve injector. So, keep backing up. Looks like that's the last one. And we'll just heal up. That was a pretty risky situation. I wasn't really expecting the quadribolt to come all the way around. They're definitely annoying with their temporal fugue clones. The fact that they do electric damage means that you can't really avoid them. So there's no dodging the electric damage that they do. Go ahead and kill this one. And then we'll back up and let those fugue clones expire. And we got a level. I'm going to go ahead and save my mutation points. We'll save up for a new mutation. And we'll we'll continue to explore down here. There are a lot of these, huh? Ideally, we just see memory eaters down here. Those are definitely the easiest to deal with. Looked like he temporal fugued, so we'll back up. There's no reason to fight all of the temporal fugue clones and the original at the same time. Kind of just how you end up dead, so. Okay, so the first one in here should be the original. So we'll back up and let these clones expire. There they go. There's the Trining Lamprey. Alright, so we got Crystal Longsword. This is worth a lot of money. Alright, and we'll back up out of here. Wait for the temporal fugue clones to expire. And I don't think I was fighting the original. No, I wasn't. There go the rest of the clones, so we'll back up. Wait for them to expire. Kill the one in front. And we'll make it on through. Heal up. And find one more Quattravolt. That looks like everything here. I'm a little surprised that there wasn't another of the Trining Lamprey. I'm not sure what happened with that. Unless they made a change to how they work. And I didn't know about it. They are not usually one that you can just kill like that. And, okay, so we got behind us a Lithofex. So a Lithofex has a beam of stone. So we do not want to be in the red beam. We're going to, yep, it turned that sucker to stone. So we want this guy dead. For sure, for sure. It's very annoying to have him turning things to stone. We do not want it to turn us to stone. Alright. So now we got an eerily high quality stone statue of a memory eater. And then we're just keep getting our memory drained. This is an annoying enemy. I have to explore all over again. What are you, an amoeba? Okay, I don't care about you. Alright, for some reason, the Trining Lampreys aren't trining. That's weird. I don't know if that's a bug or what happened with that, but I'm glad. That would be really annoying to deal with otherwise. Alright, so we'll have to chew our way through these Unimax. they're gonna have a really hard time hitting us. So even if they weren't being permanently stunned, they'd still be getting pretty rocked. That was not what I wanted to do. And now we've got to deal with temporal feud clones. We'll wait for them to run out. I don't like that. Where are the stairs? Let me get to the stairs and go up. Took a lot of damage there, so we'll just clear on out. Alright, we're doing pretty well. Aside from that really close call earlier on in the dungeon, we haven't been that close since, so we're doing good. And there's another fugue. I don't know where they come from. That was definitely a surprise. And so we'll heal up. We're definitely wanting a better gun. These chain pistols just are not doing the trick anymore. Alright, so a little bit more. Hopefully we can start finding some good loot in here. We did find the high capacity arc winder, but that's it. It's not really anything that we wanted. This is not good. We're gonna pop corrosive gas and break our way out. You always want some kind of defensive tool in any build that you do, and ours is corrosive gas, so don't feel bad about using it. In that circumstance, you probably want something else, maybe like a force wall or phasing. That would have also gotten you out of there. Alright, well, there's just tons of these quattrovolts, which are pretty difficult for me to take out. So, I'm thinking about duplicating that relic pistol that we found earlier and using that. Yeah. Otherwise, this is just going to take a really long time to chew through. Yeah, let me go ahead and do that. Okay, so I'm gonna duplicate pistol. And swap to those. These also both give 4 ego, so now I have +8 ego. Which is pretty nuts. But don't really benefit that much from ego, so. Okay, that feels a lot better. It's definitely overdue for ranged weapon upgrade. We'll try not to overuse them too much, because the nuclear cell, while very high in capacity, it does not recharge. So once it is used up, it is fairly expensive to replace. So we'll just use it when we need to. And that was pretty satisfying. That was good. I wonder if I disarmed any of them. No, it doesn't look like I did. Go ahead and pop explosive gas. Back up. Those quattrovolts around the corner, not doing me any favors. Alright, so we're level 30. We finally got our max carapace. Which is giving us plus 85 heat and cold resistance, combined with our weathered skill that we get from being a nomad. That gives us 100 cold and heat resistance, so we are immune to cold and heat damage, which is pretty nice. In terms of skills, really have everything that I want. There's not really anything in here that I would like to take. Because I'll take some poison tolerance, I guess. Yeah, sure. And we'll do swimming too, why not? Alright. We'll continue to clear out this area. That was a bad choice. Now I'm going to have to back up into the unknown. I'm going to pop corrosive gas. He won't kill me. He just do damage. And we'll heal up. If you want to get to me, you're going to have to go into gas. So, funeral. And we'll continue to heal up. Maybe this one is training. There's quite a few of them coming from there. What the heck hit me? Okay, we just got obliterated from a off-screen 3 at once quadrivolt. That hurts. That definitely will hurt you. Yeah, that was not fun. It was a good thing that we had high health there. Otherwise, we probably would have been dead. That would have been a hell of a way to end the run. Just nuked from off screen. Realistically, once I saw that there was going to be so many quadrivolt here, I should have probably started popping like rubber gum injectors to reduce the electrical damage that I take. But we play it risky. Alright, so we'll continue on. More enemies. Quadrivolt. I don't think the one in front is the real one. I don't know why I stepped up that. Back up. Hopefully that is not the real one, but it looks like it is. I'm gonna run back. Heal. Let them come into the cloud. Alright, Not too bad. And we're stopped by the statue, but nothing is a deterrent for us with corrosive gas. We just break on through. Speaking of breaking things, I broke that other item. Alright, you guys want to come in here? Go ahead. It does not take long to die like that. And it looks like there's just a random... Oh, there's a rubber gum injector. So you can have relic injectors. I thought that's what that was. The relic injectors are some of the best relics that you can possibly find. They're super strong. They act like a 2 times powered Eater's Nectar injector. So very, very powerful. We're getting shot at, so I'm going to be backing up here. Backing up, dragging through. We'll go up to the last area, heal up, eat, keep on going. We're definitely under level for this area, but we've got a powerful build. Good equipment, so I'm not too worried about it. Right, so we can learn Precision Nanon Fingers, which would be good, but we don't have Tinker 3. So we won't really be learning Precision Nanon Fingers. More quattrovolts, and that's definitely a few clone. It just appeared out of nowhere. Alright, that's a legendary one. Disliked by robots, which is good for us. Don't care about cannibals or villagers of Ezra at this point. We'll go ahead and pop corrosive gas. If you want to come in, you get to come in. I'm really getting tired of these quattrovolts, so I'm going to back up. I'm going to take these pot shots at these quattrovolts. Looks like every single one of what I shot at was a clone. There's a real one. Go ahead and start the corrosive gas again. Looks like you have quills. This is a terrible mutation. Looks like you also have precognition. So precognition on enemies, they'll just regenerate to full when you kill them. Alright, so was that the final area? No, it wasn't. So we get this arm relic, which gives us +1 toughness and +3 ego. This is an insanely good relic, and I can even duplicate this and get 2 of them. Absolutely incredible find. And there's more to explore, so we'll continue to explore. And more quattrovolts, more getting dunked on by the clones. You gotta be fine. Go. And We didn't get the original, so they're cloned up. This one's the original, so we'll kill that. Okay, now we're clear in the original area. Level up again. We're one more level away from getting another mutation. Mental mirror is going crazy with our ego. It says that it was a lithofex. Like, yeah, I couldn't see it. There it goes. Okay. It said it had a gaze before. So I'm not sure what happened. I'm glad I was reading the chat. There's no way that I was gonna see. Wait, were there two? I think there were two lithofex there. I think I just killed the other one. XP drops. Yeah, I think there were two lithofex there. And I read in the chat the baleful gaze. Wow, if I didn't read that in the chat and I just kept going forward, we could have just died there. So it was a good thing. Pay attention to all your resources. Actually, there was a chest down here that we didn't explore. Alright, so this is a madpole. I was talking about madpoles a little earlier. We're a little past the point where they're dangerous anymore, but they can still dismember you, so you gotta be a little bit careful at least. And it looks like we accidentally hit this deep slumberling. Our combat stats are a bit too high for the deep slumberling to really threaten us. So we don't have to worry about it. Looks like there's a lot of quatrebolts up here. Holy cow. And we'll just rip right through them. This would be that's a pretty big nuke if they're able to all cast Temporal Feud around me. Yeah, that would be really bad. They're starting to run a little low on our cell charge. You do have to be careful about that. We don't have infinite, and they're not recharging. We haven't found mods that will make them recharging yet. Alright, one coming from behind, so we'll go ahead and protect ourselves with the gas. There was that tinker. I don't want it to be alive. I'm gonna kill it. This is just gonna run around deploying turrets. It's gonna be annoying. Yeah, it looks like I didn't get it. Alright. Back up. Let it come to us. We're doing okay damage with this mag hammer, but we could definitely use an upgrade. It is taking a little bit for us to kill anything. I'll shoot past and try and kill these quatrebolts. I think I did. Let's wait until I believe these are two clones. Guess not. Oh, they are. He just lasted for a really long time. Kill that guy. Unfortunately, these higher tier zones are not, I guess they're not as entertaining to watch, I wouldn't say. I'm doing a whole lot of the same thing. And that's kind of how Qud is at these higher levels, is you really solve the game. There's not a whole lot that enemies can do to you anymore. There's still a chance for death, and you can still have some interesting fights, but it's going to be a lot more of the same, to be honest. Alright, so we've got a pulse field magnet. That's going to pull our metal equipment towards it. It's just generally annoying. So we'll go ahead and kill it. The little bug that was attacking us is a mirror bug. So it reflects 100% of the damage that you do to it back to you. So the gimmick of that creature is that it is extremely non-threatening, and the stronger you are, the more powerful it is and the more dangerous it is. So it is so weak that you can do absurd amounts of damage to it at once. And I mean, it has perfect damage reflection. So if you hit it for 70 damage, you now take 70 damage. And there tends to be a lot of them. So they're actually quite annoying to kill. It's one of the primary reasons why I like to have insect reputation. It's because they're considered insects. And we got more quadrivolts. Looks like this is the original. Go ahead and kill it and back up. Alright, so we'll heal. And explore, or re-explore, most of this dungeon. Don't know if this is the original or not, so I'm gonna just back up. This one's the original. Go ahead and kill it. And we'll kill this one. And we're starting to get a little bit low on power, which is not great. I still don't know where the end of this dungeon is, how many more floors we have to go. And we just keep seeing more and more of these quadrivolts. This is, we'll disassemble this. Don't need it. I think that was actually mine. Came from the magnet before. Oh, I want to know what's in there. Oh, we got another legendary. Hated by Chava, so good for us. He's got a paralyzing stinger. Paralyzed us. It doesn't last for very long, so we're going to be able to kill it pretty easily. Alright, more gas. Gas. Kill the madpole, and we'll pick up the artifacts that were up there. Looks like this was our prize, and it's Oh, it's a plasma rifle that uses multiple shots. It's gonna be worth a lot, but it's not gonna be very good. So lots of money, but not a whole lot of utility. So definitely the first relic that we got, the bracelet, that was definitely the better of the two relics. So let's go see if we can buy anything new. No Zetachrome weapons here. It's unfortunate. Let's see if we can find some Zetachrome weapons from Tilly. A Zetachrome arrow, nice joke. That doesn't count, by the way, as a Zetachrome weapon for the Golem. Let's see if Bep has any mods. Airfoil, electrified, it's decent. Sharp is useless for our weapons. Spring loaded is okay. Spring loaded lets you move faster. I'll go ahead and buy it. What do I want to sell? Sure, you can have that. Do I want electrified? Normally I would probably buy it just to have it, but I don't really need it. I have not really been doing that much. Oh, we learned step stores. I haven't really been doing that much tinkering. Most of that is because we just haven't found very good mods. Alright. I don't know if this site is in the moon stair or not. I think it is. We'll go ahead and investigate. And it is not. It's in the deep jungle. So we'll go ahead and investigate this area. It looks like we've got unshelled reptiles as one. As usually don't have maze beards here. Oh, there's a maze beard. Go ahead and kill it. I don't know where that ooze is. So I'm going to go ahead and put Carapace up and wait for me to not be confused anymore. So it is just applying burgeoning on me. It looks like it's below me. Yeah, it's below me. Go ahead and try to stun it. Keep it stunned, and there it goes. Alright. So that was definitely dangerous. I'm not a fan of ooze historic sites at these high levels like this. It's really dangerous. We'll definitely want to kill these magnets. There's quite a few of them that are just going to be annoying. Man, there's a lot of them. Go ahead and open up corrosive gas. there's another one to my south. Go ahead and bust on through. Try and find it. Not sure where exactly it is. Where are those going? I can't even see. There they are. When we find all the stuff that they ripped from me. Okay, so pick up our flamethrower, pick up our pickaxe. Maybe we'll finally get a chance to have a bite to eat. That. I'll disassemble this. We'll disassemble all these. Grab these, disassemble these. And we'll continue on our way. Hopefully we keep getting more robots than we do oozes. As I deal with the robots a bit better than I do with the oozes. But those magnets pulled all the weapons from all the things here, so all the turrets. So all the turrets have no weapons, so they're pretty useless. We didn't get any good cells yet, so we're still relying on these. Oh, I got one of these unequipped, so we'll re-equip that. And this is a pan-humor and a tetrasludge. This is not where I want to be. Kill the pan-humor. And the tetrasludge is definitely a really big threat. Your pseudopods are not that bad. I could spend a long time explaining what all these pseudopods do. I would say that if you were in the same situation as I'm in right now, where you're having like a high level historic site that has oozes in it, I would just leave it. Oozes are, those sludges are one of the most dangerous enemies in the entire game. And you can very easily lose your run to that. So you gotta be really careful. And definitely gonna want to know what you're doing in order to be successful in a place like this. I wouldn't recommend going through here for most people. Alright, something exploded. Go ahead and kill the rocket turret down here. Another rocket turret. Go ahead and heal up before attacking it. Now with our really high DV value, those rockets are going to have a tough time hitting us. So we're not that in danger from them. up the gas. EMP grenade got ripped away. Where did it end up going? To my right. There is some. There's some magnet to the right here. I want to get rid of that because I don't want to be fiddling with random stuff while I'm being attacked by the humans. Oh Jesus! There's a lot of them in there. All right, we got the sludge. God damn, this is an annoying area. I'm gonna back up here. I'm gonna grab Stops Valen because it's about to get sent to the Shadow Realm from that catapult. I didn't want to lose it, so we'll come down here. Geez, there's a lot of them. We'll open up with our good pal corrosive gas. Just rip through them with corrosive gas. This is definitely a difficult historic site. So I'm glad we can juxtapose the two historic sites where there was, you know, with one danger, and that was the Tetravolts, and these with danger around every corner. Okay, so that's a plasma jelly. My corrosive gas, it is immune to that. And it in fact has an even more dangerous gas, the plasma gas. We're gonna wait for the gas that it releases to expire. And it looked like one of them dropped a high-powered magnet, which we can use to magnetize a magnetic item, which is definitely good. Definitely use that. Okay, these interdictors are really weak. All they do is slow you down. That's their only purpose, is to be annoying. Luckily with the magnets, these turrets are pretty useless. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. We'll just use corrosive gas to destroy everything here. And we'll disassemble tons of items. Probably got an army of bits from that. Looks like they survived. Oh, there's I didn't see that one up there. Looks like they either got created after the magnets were destroyed, or they were just far enough away. There's a lot of them. Those ones over there are disarmed, so it's safe for me to heal in here. And that one is not disarmed. We were able to get it to hurt itself to kill it. So we'll disassemble some more stuff. And we're getting pretty full in our inventory. So I'm going to see what all we even have. What exactly is weighing us down. And it's probably just a ton of these range weapons. We'll get rid of the missile launcher though. We don't need that. Alright, and we'll continue on. So immediately we see pretty nasty sludge. Okay, daze it, that's good. Apparently there was a Full Creek catapult somewhere that shot us. Alright, so we're now getting stun locked. We may just die here. It's a good thing that we had, oh, I'm confused. When I'm confused, I can't read what's in my inventory, so I have no idea what's there. I'm gonna go ahead and put up my carapace. And yep, there, I got crushed under the weight of 1,000 suns. Apparently, I got hit by a neutron flux somewhere. So yep, that's the risk that you play when you go into these ooze sites. Regardless of how strong that you may be, those sludges are very dangerous. So that was a stream. Hope your runs go a little bit better than mine. Hopefully they don't die at the very end there. But we definitely did some risky stuff. Made plays that we didn't really need to. But there was only that last quest left to do, and which I usually just kind of stop the run after. But hope it was enjoyable to you. Hope you guys learned something, and I'll see you later.